what was your initial reaction when all this happened?
I just remember I had urinated on myself, and I remember I just handed him the keys, and I remember saying, well, can I at least get my house key? Because, I mean, there was no way for me to even be able to get in the house. I was just standing here. That was the initial reaction. And I literally was like in shock because I couldn't believe that that was happening. It just didn't seem real.
Did he have any reaction when you asked him that?
None.
Now, Ms. Hill, do you wear glasses or contacts?
I wear contacts.
And were you wearing glasses or contacts that day?
I was wearing my contacts.
And was the suspect who approached you and robbed you, was he wearing a mask?
No.
Was he wearing any type of hood or hat on his head?
No.
Was there anything covering up his face?
No.
Did he do anything to conceal his identity?
No.
And how would you describe him? Was he young, old? What did he look like?
He was a young kid. He was really young.
What was his race and what was he wearing?
He was black. I can't remember what he was wearing. He was just a black young kid, but I know exactly who he was.
You had mentioned earlier there was a second individual who got out. Was that second individual older or younger than the first robber?
He was older guy.
And when did you, can you describe what this second individual did when you first saw him?
The second individual, because he was coming up after the younger individual got in the car, he just asked me for my purse when he came up to me, because I guess he saw that the younger individual didn't take my purse as well along with the car. So he just made sure to get my purse.
And did he have a gun on him as well?
Yes.
And what was he doing with the gun?
But he had the gun to my head as well.
And was it a handgun, shotgun, or long gun, or what type of gun?
It was a handgun.
And what, after you gave, so what was it again that the second suspect asked you?
For my purse.
And did you give him your purse?
Yes.
What did he do after he grabbed your purse?
He left and got in the car that they initially all came in.
And was this second individual, was he wearing a mask?
No.
Was he wearing anything to conceal his face?
No.
Now, after they take these items, where did these cars go? I'm going to publish, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 7, Victor. Right. So this may help. I'm going to publish a photograph.
Okay.
So in this, you can use the cars that are parked here. Where would your car have been in relation to these?
My car would have been in spot 7 in front of the door I initially pointed out in the photo. And the cars were in this direction, so they were going this way. So they exited out to the left because you could curve around and go back out to the main road that way.
That makes sense. So they were going from, you tell me, were they not going from blue Mercedes to white BMW to that gray car on the end? Yeah,
they were going from the blue Mercedes to the BMW that's on the end, and they left out that way.
I'm going to publish also, publishing was already been admitted as 8 Victor. Or excuse me, 6 Victor. Is this what you were describing, Ms. Hill?
Yes.
And where does this road, if you were to take this to the end and go left, what does that take you out on?
It takes you back out onto, it's still the neighborhood, so it takes you back out to that road, but when you make a right, it takes you back out to the main road.
And do those two vehicles leave together?
Yeah.
So after they leave, were there any neighbors you saw outside?
Yes.
And was this the neighbor that you had referenced earlier today?
Yes, because her son watched that's kind of the same, well, that's close in age to my daughter. When the incident happened, he was watching the entire time the incident take place.
So your neighbor and her son, you're saying, were outside as well?
Yes, so I didn't realize they were outside because when the incident happened, They were behind me in a different in the parking spot behind me. And so her son, because like we said, it was a school day. So her son, I'm guessing she had just picked her son up from school. He was standing watching what was happening while his mom was in the car. I didn't see what the mom was doing, but she wasn't looking in the direction of the incident that was taking place. But he was standing there watching the kid, what was happening.
And was your phone, did you have your phone on you after this?
Well, he took my phone, it was in my purse, so.
Were you able to call 911?
I had to use my neighbor's phone.
And did you in fact use her phone to call 911?
Yes.
And how long, did anyone respond? Did any police come out?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What agency responded? Was it?
APD.
And how long after you called did they come?
I feel like it was quick enough. I couldn't tell you the time, the amount of minutes. I felt like it was quick enough.
That's perfectly fair. Now, after they arrived, what did they do once officers came out there to speak?
They came out, they took my statement to see what happened. I know that they were asking me my license plate number, which I was so in shock I couldn't remember anything really. I know that they were asking me my license plate number, and my significant other at the time, he had a spare key to the house. So I had to call him because he was working right up the street. And when he came to open the door, we were able to find like an oil change paper that had my license plate number on it. So we were able to give that information to give to the police officer so they could try to find my car.
And back then, after you gave them the description of the car, did the officer you were talking with, did he stay with you on scene?
Yes.
Did you ever learn if anyone was apprehended?
Yes.
Was that officer still with you?
Yes.
What happened after, can you kind of describe that, how you learned that?
I just remember saying they found my car and they wanted me to come with them to where the car was. And when I got there, that's when I saw the young individual who had pulled the gun on me first. So.
How did you get over there to the scene where he was arrested?
In the police car.
And where was your daughter during this time?
She was at the house with my significant other at the time.
And when you got over there, what did you see when they took you to where the individual was arrested?
I saw that my car was completely totaled. It had spun off the road and hit a tree. And I saw the gentleman who had the gun, the young kid.
Was this the first robber or second?
The first.
Can you describe when you identified him, were you inside or outside of the patrol car?
I was outside.
And where was he?
He was outside because he was in cuffs.
And when you saw him, how confident were you that that was the same individual who robbed?
I was 100% confident it was him.
Ms. Hill, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 32 Victor first, and ask you if you recognize this photograph. Who is that, Ms. Hill?
That is Christian Eppinger.
And is that the individual who robbed you this day?
Yes.
You had also mentioned, Ms. Hill, seeing your car. So I'm going to approach and hand you what's been marked as 12 through 17 Victor. If any defense counsels want to see these, it's 12 through 17 Victor. Ms. Hill, please take a look at those, and when you're done, just look up at me.
Okay.
What are those, Ms. Hill?
Those are pictures of my car.
And how do you recognize them?
How do I recognize the car?
Yes. I know it's a silly question, but I have to ask.
Because it's my car. I mean,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of your car that was on scene that day after it was wrecked?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender in evidence, states exhibits 12 through 17, Victor.
Any objection to states 12 through 17, Victor?
Objection.
All right, they're admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 12, Victor. So, Ms. Hill, is that your Toyota Corolla?
Yes.
And the way that that bumper is on the front, was it in that condition before you arrived?
No, not at all. And even the contents in the car weren't even like that.
I'm gonna publish 13, Victor. Is that your vehicle back then, Ms. Hill?
Mm-hmm.
What are all, I see a lot of pink items, what are all those?
Some of those items we would give to like Goodwill, but they were in bags, so it just looks like they went through the bags and stuff that were in my trunk. Because normally, once a month we go to Goodwill and just drop off any items that we just didn't want anymore. So that's what those items were in the bag.
And I'm gonna publish also 14, Victor. When they took your car at gunpoint, did the passenger seat look like this as depicted in 14, Victor?
No, not at all.
I'm also gonna publish 15, Victor. Is that your backseat, Ms. Hill?
Yes.
And I'm gonna publish 16, Victor. Did your car have that damage before it was taken from you?
No.
I'm also gonna publish 17, Victor. Is that the way that your car looked when you got out there on scene?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Hill, did you ever get to drive that car again?
No.
What happened to that car?
It was taken away. The insurance company probably kept it, or I'm not sure what happened after that, but I couldn't drive it anymore.
And the items that were, did you ever get your laptop back?
Yes, I was able to retrieve the laptop, but the company had to, because they weren't able to get into it since it was a company laptop. But the company definitely had to disregard the laptop overall just because of, they didn't know, if they were able to get into it or whatnot. So,
And did you ever get back your purse and the items inside of it?
no.
Now, after all this took place, Ms. Hill, did you ever have any contact with the district attorney's office?
Yes, they kept me informed with what was going on with the case.
Did you ever provide input on what you would like to see happen with the case?
Yes.
And did you ever, were you present when the suspect pled guilty to that offense? Did you?
Yes.
What did you say when you went to court that day?
Objection, relevant, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Mr. Adams. Sir, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Was it the end of the photograph you had, I showed you earlier, 18 Victor or Christian Eppinger, was that the individual that was in court that day when you were there?
Yes.
And after that day in court, did you ever see or hear about him again?
Yes.
How'd you hear about him again?
I'm going to object to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Can we approach for a
Yes,
second,
Your Honor.
please?
you said that you knew exactly who it was. How did you know that exactly the individual that they had arrested was the person who robbed you at gunpoint?
Because I saw him when he robbed me at gunpoint.
And what is the main road that they had went out to after they left your mall drive?
I can't think of the actual main road at the time. I just can't think of it.
Were you ever able to observe or see your neighbor's son's reaction when this robbery happened?
Yes.
What was that reaction?
I'm gonna object as to the relevance in your state.
So we had two objections. One was from Mr. Adams, the second was from Mr. Matthews. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hill, you kept referring to the first gunman as a kid. Why did you refer to him like that?
He was young. I mean, you could tell he was a kid.
And did the second individual, did he seem a little bit, a lot, or how much older did he appear to be from your personal observations?
From my observation, he was in his late 20s, early 30s, the second individual.
How is your daughter doing this present day?
She's doing great, but she does remember everything that happened, but she's doing just fine.
Ms. Hill, after this happened on May 11, 2016, how much longer did you live at 245 Mall Drive?
I left that day. The day the incident happened, I moved that day
Why did you move, Ms. Hill?
because I just no longer felt safe in that neighborhood. Not only that, with them having all the contents of my information in that purse, I didn't know if they'd come back or, you know, I just didn't feel safe any longer there for me or for my daughter.
Understand. Thank you, Ms. Hill. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. No further questions about the state. Thanks, counsel. May have some questions.
Thank you. So good morning, man.
Good morning.
My name is Keith Adams. You and I have not met before, is that right?
That's correct.
You did have a chance, though, to speak to Brian Steele, gentleman who's sitting back there a little earlier this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. You talked with him, and then he asked you a few questions about the incident that occurred. By this time, it's about, 6.5, 7 years ago in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just have really just a couple questions.
Okay.
You would agree with me. This was a pretty terrifying incident that occurred on that day. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you called the police right when it happened.
Yes.
Right? You were terrified both for yourself and for your daughter.
Yes.
It would be fair to say, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that obviously you wanted Christian Eppinger to be caught for what he had done. Right?
Yes.
You didn't know him before that day, right?
That's correct.
You never met him.
That's
As
correct.
far as you know, he never met you. He certainly, Mr. Eppinger, had no reason in your mind to do what he did to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was about 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes or so after the incident that he was caught in your vehicle. Am I right about that?
Like I said, I wasn't sure the time. I wasn't calculating the time frame of.
It wasn't long.
Yeah, it didn't take too long.
And the police actually responded pretty quickly when 911 was called, right?
Yes.
They came, and you were in fact able to give them a description of this individual. Look, the person you keep referring to as a kid, right?
At the time, yes.
Right, and also somewhat of a description of the other guy who got out of the car as well.
Yes.
Now, Christian Eppinger, or the person you would later come to know as Christian Eppinger, walks up to you. He's got a gun, and he puts the gun to you, correct?
Yes.
The other guy did the same thing as well.
Yes.
Your car pulls off, and it's sometime after that, after you've spoken to the police, that you are taken to the location where your car, as you see, has been crashed or has been is off-road against a tree somewhere.
Correct.
in the pictures that we've seen.
Yes.
Christian Eppinger is outside of the car, right?
Yes.
He has obviously been arrested and caught by the police.
Yes.
And you recognized him right away.
Right away.
You recognized him because his face was, I mean, he was a kid, you recognized his size, you recognized what he looked like.
Yes.
All right. The other person who had gotten out of the car early with the gun, you didn't see that person. He wasn't caught.
That person wasn't caught.
Okay. But if I'm correct, you actually saw that person. You would have actually recognized that person again.
I would.
Okay. All right. You are, I'm going to presume, someone who is attentive to detail and
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Eppinger ultimately came to court on that case.
Yes, he did.
You came to court as well.
Yes.
You were present when he was convicted of that crime that he committed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that was back in, the incident happened in 2016, and it was sometime after that after he was caught, he came to court, and he was in fact held accountable for what he did to you.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about today. You are here today in 2024, and you are testifying to this jury about what you remember from that day, correct?
Correct.
And then you have testified to the best of your recollection. You remember it pretty well.
Yes.
Now, I've asked you already whether you spoke to Mr. Steele. Ms. Steele and I work together, and we represent Jeffery Williams. You know that.
Okay.
Okay. And do you know Jeffery Williams?
I don't know him personally, no.
But you know who he is.
But yes.
You know that he is an entertainer.
Objection, Your Honor.
This is
Relevant.
a standing objection.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get right to the point.
Okay.
Jeffery Williams was not at your car holding a gun to you on the day this incident occurred, correct?
That's correct.
Right. You have no reason to tell this jury, no personal knowledge that Jeffery Williams was in any form or fashion involved with your carjacking on that day, true?
That's correct.
Ms. Hill, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Someone else? Mr. Matthews?
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Hill, good morning.
Good morning.
Carterton Matthews here. I represent Mr. Huey sitting right over here. You've had an opportunity to look about the courtroom over here, all the people that are sitting in this courtroom. In fact, Mr. Eppinger, you don't see him in this courtroom, right?
No. Yes.
And you don't see that older gentleman that you described as the second person that put this gun to you, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, none of these individuals that are seated in this courtroom, to the best of your knowledge, had anything to do with what happened to you back in 2016. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time that you went through that particular ordeal, I think you indicated that when you became emotional and you began to cry, you didn't think that you would have to go back through having to rethink or relive this, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hill, on cross-examination, you were asked about the other guys that were involved. How many people did you see in total that were involved when you were robbed?
In total, including Christian Eppinger, it was 4 individuals.
And did any of those other 2 that didn't get out of the car, did they do anything to conceal their identity that you saw?
They didn't do anything.
And you were asked on cross-examination about Christian Eppinger being held accountable. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you advocate for a lesser sentence in
Your
reference?
Honor, I'm going to
I did.
object, and I'm going to approach. Ask your approach, please.
I'm a standing objection.
No need to approach, sir.
Ms. Hill, thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
No, sir.
And Ms. Hill, be permanently temporary, excuse me, please.
She may be permanently excused, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to permanently excuse you, Willis. We appreciate your
Patience with us. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you, madam. Be well.
thank you.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 5 minutes and we'll go ahead and continue on at that point in time, okay? So we'll be in recess for about 5 minutes. All rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay. State, who's our next witness?
Investigative Mark.
I'm sorry? To have made them. Is there anything else I need to?
You got a notepad up there, I'm sticking up some facts.
Well, I'm sorry, what you need?
Yeah.
What's that? Okay.
All right, we fix that. I just need something out for JSCZ on social media.
Just one sheet or?
Yeah, just one sheet, one sheet.
One of our viewers had an incident. Yeah, Godfather.
Yeah.
Just tell her to keep us posted.
Same person.
What's happening in threes, they really do.
Same person.
Just tell her to keep us posted on that.
Okay.
All right, let me know when they're ready. We can go ahead and come back.
Randy contacted you on 22nd. I don't know. Yeah, I never saw that.
All right, so Dirk.
No.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Your Honor,
Hold on, okay. All right.
Your Honor, may I address the court before the juries?
Can I wait for all the people to get in, please? Okay, all right.
Judge, everybody back.
All right, Ms. Swallen, what's on your mind?
Thank you, Your Honor. Two brief things. One is that after our last witness, Ms. Hill, testified, while on break, it was brought to our attention, our meaning defense counsel, that the media was instructed by the state to not show the identity of the witness, to not show the witness while she was testifying. The state did not make that request, or should I say instruction. They did not tell defense counsel. Just last Friday, Your Honor, we brought to the court's attention that the state and the media were having conversations without defense counsel in reference to who would be shown and who wouldn't. And you instructed us to confer with the state on that Friday, which we did. And it was our good faith belief and understanding that before, if the state objected to the identity of anyone or anyone being shown, that they would include defense counsel in on that conversation, and we would have the opportunity to object. That did not happen today. A public trial is our client's, it's the defendant's right. And Your Honor, I believe that you agree with that on Friday, and we wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
All right. I want to say, Ms. Westmore, thank you, are we still having why are we still and also I need to be made aware. You don't need to you need to tell me what you're all going to do, okay?
Your Honor, I believe I provided to the court this morning, as well as to each defense counsel, this list right here that had...
That may be one thing, but I need to know so I can put it on the record.
But this is what we've been handing out, Your Honor, so I didn't know. But this is the list that we provided to defense counsel this morning that has 3 individuals highlighted, which are the 3 individuals...
I don't have it. Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't have any such document. And if you did...
I handed it to Ms. Weaver earlier. I thought... My apologies. I handed it, and I thought that it was handed to you. And we do have an additional copy, Your Honor, but this is the practice that we have been doing for the last few weeks, in which the individuals who are highlighted are the individuals that we have asked not to be shown.
Okay,
in addition to that,
you need to tell me, so just put on the record.
Yes.
Ms. Weaver has another very important job that she's doing right now, but I need to know so that I can go ahead and put that on the record.
and I also emailed this to defense counsel yesterday.
That doesn't.
I understand about the
that
court.
does not include me. And I'm ultimately, at the end of the day, Ms. Hill, I'm the person that makes the call. So I appreciate everything that you have done in terms of that, but please loop the court in, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Your Honor, the state thought the court was looped in, but we will make sure that the court is definitely looped in.
All right, okay, all right. So I'm not going to have this conversation again about not being informed, all right?
And in addition to what was discussed on Friday, Your Honor, we did meet with defense counsel on Friday along with counsel for at least one of the media outlets, Ms. Gaither. We are still working on amendments to the order. And because that has not been completed, we continue in the same path that we were doing from last week. But we have spoken with them, We've spoken with defense counsel in addition to the media counsel, and like I said, we forwarded this yesterday evening that if there was any objection, we thought that we would have been made aware of that earlier today. And I provided this list this morning again to defense counsel, and this is the first time we're hearing of the objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so is there anything that's changed, because the court was made aware as to why this particular witness, Detective Belnap, was being asked to be not filmed? Has anything changed or anything else I need to know about?
There's nothing changed from the first time in which we've asked for Investigative Belnap not to be filmed.
Okay.
He works in a certain capacity at APD, and given what occurred the first time he testified, is why we're continuing to ask for him.
All right. Anything else, madam?
Yes, Your Honor. The handout that we received from the state that has nothing on it that indicates that the names highlighted means that they request for.
Okay, let's focus on Detective Belnap. Do you have any further objection to Detective Belnap?
Yes, we do.
What's your objection?
That he's already testified and he's already been filmed.
No, he hasn't. He wasn't filmed last time.
He was filmed initially.
He was filmed initially, but we.
But that's when we ended up having to stop because of what happened.
Okay.
I do not believe he was filmed the second half of his testimony. I would need to go back and double check.
All right.
Okay, Your Honor, that's our objection, that he's already been filmed.
I'm sorry?
I said that's our objection, is that he's already been
I'm
filmed.
going to overrule that. I'll allow him to not be filmed, and we'll take up each witness as it comes along, okay?
Your Honor, one more thing. Mr. Steele made some objections in reference to Detective Belnap this morning, and Your Honor, you said that he could have a continuing objection, and everyone who made objections can have continuing objections.
I'm going to, unless you exempt out, I'm going to go ahead and just make it a blanket one for everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay? That it? Okay, all right. Can we summon Detective Belnap, please? And go, just go ahead and put him in the, no, wait one. Summon our jurors, please. Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Listen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, before we call our next witness, for your consideration, I need to read you an admonition, okay? So then we'll call the witness. You are about to hear testimony from Investigator Mark Belnap, who will testify both to facts and two types of opinions and the reasons for those opinions. I will describe all three types of testimony. The first is fact testimony. Fact testimony is based on what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. The second is opinion testimony based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of the witness. The third is what is called lay opinion testimony. As to the testimony about facts, it is your job to decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. As to the opinion testimony based on the witness's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, you should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, the reasons given for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. As to lay opinion testimony, this testimony is based on inferences drawn from the witness's direct perceptions and must be rationally based on those perceptions and not on any speculation or what someone else has said. You should judge this testimony like any other testimony. You may accept all of it, part of it, or none of it. You should give it as much weight as it deserves. When considering lay opinion testimony, however, you should not give it any extra credence based on the specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education of this witness. You may also consider to personal observations or involvement as a fact witness testifying about a lay opinion based on a witness's perceptions or testimony based on specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. When a witness provides opinion testimony based on knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, might rely on facts that are not based on his or her personal observations or involvement, but that opinion cannot serve as proof of the underlying facts. The fact that a witness is allowed to express opinions based on that person's specialized knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education should not cause you to give that witness undue deference for any aspect of that person's testimony, or otherwise influence your assessment of the credibility of that witness. Call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state called Investigator Mark Belnap.
All right, summon Investigator Belnap, please. Yeah. Investigator Belnap, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach your witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see. First last name, of course.
It's Mark Belnap, M-A-R-K-B-E-L-K-N-A-P.
And welcome back, Investigator Belnap. Just for my where you're employed,
The Atlanta Police Department.
and with what unit do you work with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm assigned to our gang unit.
And just again, how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
I've been with the Atlanta Police Department for 18 years,
And how long have you been in the gang unit?
for 15 years.
And when you were here in November, you gave some overview of gangs and gang culture, correct?
I did.
Now that you're back, we're going to break this up into two sections, all right? We're going to have phase 1, and then we'll have phase 2, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so starting out with phase 1, I want to ask you specifically about an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger. Are you familiar with an individual named Christian Eppinger?
I am.
How are you familiar with Christian Eppinger?
From various criminal investigations.
And when did you first learn about Mr. Eppinger?
I first learned about him in 2019.
And in 2019, when you first learned about Christian Eppinger, were you investigating Mr. Eppinger or someone else?
Someone else.
Okay, who?
Quintavious Robinson.
And during that time, did you learn if Christian Eppinger had any social media accounts?
I did.
And what, if any, social media accounts did he have?
He had a Facebook account.
Okay. And how did you know that he had his Facebook account?
I observed it.
And what was his social media name on his Facebook account?
The account name was Christian.Eppinger.3, and the vanity name was YSL Briss.
And have you seen Facebook posts with the vanity name YSL Briss associated with Christian Eppinger?
I have.
And did those posts appear to contain images of the individual you knew to be Christian Eppinger?
They did.
And did those posts also contain other individuals that you know of who are affiliated or associated with the Young Slime Life or YSL gang?
They did.
And were those Facebook posts that you observed pulled from the Facebook account that you know as YSL Briss?
Yes, ma'am.
You want permission to approach?
You may have shown those to defense counsel already?
Yes, Your Honor. They've been provided these about a week ago, but I'll have a packet if anybody wants to relook at them.
All right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1W through 18W and 59W. If you can take a moment and look at 1W through 18W and 59W. Sure. One whiskey through 18 whiskey and 59 whiskey. $50 when I passed out single-handedly last week. You do have it. Yes, my number. So I'll show you. Have you had an opportunity to look at those?
I have.
And do you recognize them?
I do.
How?
These are what appear to be accurate representations of posts I've seen posted to Mr. Eppinger's Facebook account.
Okay. And based upon what you see account, are there any additions or deletions from these particular posts?
They are cropped, and so it looks in some instances that some of maybe the comments were cropped. But other than that, I don't see any apparent alterations.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to turn State's Exhibit 1W through 18W and 59W into evidence.
Any objection to States 1 whiskey through 18 whiskey and 59 whiskey? Other than already been posted, already been lodged, I should say? Okay, I'll admit them over objection, and the continued objection will be noted, okay? You may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, we want to start with 1W. And looking at State's Exhibit 1W, if you can tell the jurors, what are we looking at State's Exhibit 1W?
So this would be the top of the Facebook account, the profile picture, and the account name.
Okay. And is that the same account name that you just referenced, YSL Briss?
It is.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 2W, what is the date of State's Exhibit 2W? What's the date of the post of State's Exhibit 2W?
December 21st, 2014.
And what does it appear that we're looking at State's Exhibit 2W?
It's a photograph of Christian Eppinger.
And is he doing anything with his hand?
He is.
And what is that?
He's making a hand sign.
Okay. And we'll talk about that in a moment. Looking at State's Exhibit 3W. What's the date of State's Exhibit 3W?
December 21st, 2014.
And what, if anything, is posted in State's Exhibit 3W?
It's also a picture of Mr. Eppinger.
And what is he doing?
He's posing with his feet and making a hand sign.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. And is there a comment on that page?
There is.
And what is that comment?
Well, there's both a caption along with it, and there's also a comment after it.
So let's start with the caption first.
It reads, Peter Will, my lifestyle, and I'm going to omit any racial epithets. We ends like 44, true peace of mind, hashtag long live 44 Billy.
Okay, and we'll talk about that, but you said truly peace of mind. Is there a C or an X there?
There is an X.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit 4W. What's the date of State's Exhibit 4W?
It's December 30th, 2014.
All right, and is there a post?
There is.
Okay, first let me ask you, what's the caption?
It says, "Lil bruh shook" with some laughing emojis.
All right. And if you could read the contents of what Mr. Eppinger posted, what it appeared that the person YSL Brisk posted.
It appears to be a screenshot of a text conversation.
Okay. And could you read the text conversation?
The first comment at the top says, "Hey, lil bruh." A reply says, "Huh?" The next comment says, "What you mean you ain't finna get killed?" The reply is, "Slime kill people, and I don't want to fight nobody." The next says, "Hey man, you good little bruh, I ain't gonna do nothing to you, just watch what you say." The reply is, "Okay, what that was that boy name?" And then, "Don't worry about it, just know that's my young end."
Okay. And with the third yellow comment, it has, again, "Do nothing to you, just," and you said watch, but is that C replaced with an X?
It is.
Right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 5W, what's the date of this post?
This is January 6th, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what does the caption say?
"Keep it on me, waiting on a fuck in to try me."
All right. And is there an image?
There is.
Okay. And if you could describe for the jury the image.
It's a photograph of Mr. Eppinger, and it appears that there's a handgun in his waistband.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 6W, what is the date of this post?
January 10th of 2015.
And is there an image?
There is.
Okay. And what is posted in the image?
It's a picture of Mr. Eppinger, and with his left hand, he's forming what appears to be the letter C, and with his right hand, he's forming his hand in the shape of a pistol.
Okay, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. Now looking at State's Exhibit 7W. Is there a date for this post?
There is.
And what's the date, I'm sorry?
It's April 22nd, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It says, "Good morning, slimes, hashtag RIP Buki."
Okay, and in your investigation, do you know who Buki is at all?
I don't recall.
Okay, and is there an image or posting of Mr. Eppinger as well?
There is.
And what is he doing with his hand?
Mr. Eppinger is posing with his feet and also making a hand sign.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 8W. What is the date of that post?
It's April 22nd, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is the caption?
It says, "Who said they want smoke?"
And is there an image as well?
There is.
And what appears to be in the image?
It's a person sitting in a car with, appears to be at least five handguns on his lap and within the waistband.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 9W. What's the date of this post?
April 25th, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What is the caption?
It says, "Living life, bro, I'm happy, hashtag ESPN."
And do you know, have you seen that hashtag ESPN before?
I have.
And have you seen that associated with individuals or members of YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, when it's been associated with YSL, what does ESPN stand for?
It stands for Every Slime Play Nasty.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 10W. What's the date of State's Exhibit 10W?
It's April 29th, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what's the caption?
It says, "I'm done talking, anybody want smoke?"
And is there an image?
There is.
And what is in the image?
It's Mr. Eppinger pointing a handgun at the camera.
Okay. Next, State's Exhibit 11W. What's the date of this post?
May 15th, 2015.
All right. And is there a caption?
There is.
And what's the caption?
It says, "Rising Slime, hashtag ESPN."
And is there an image?
There is.
And what is in that image?
It appears to be Mr. Eppinger sitting, and there's a red bandana tied to the belt loops on his pants.
Looking at State's Exhibit 12W. What's the date of 12W?
May 31st, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is that caption?
It says, even on my worst day, I live like someone on their greatest. Hashtag ESPN.
And is there an image?
There is.
And what is contained in that image?
It's Mr. Eppinger, and he's wearing a red bandana on his head.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 13W. What is the date of this exhibit?
It's June 27th, 2015.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is the caption?
It says new ink.
All right. And in looking at this caption, can you, looking at the picture, are you able to see what that new ink is?
I am.
Okay, and what is it?
He has a tattoo that says YSL, although similar to what we discussed before, looks like the S is replaced with a 5.
And in looking at the caption of new ink, are there some emojis?
There are.
And what are the two emojis?
There's a snake emoji and a red heart emoji.
All right. And June 27, 2015, is that date before May of 2016?
It is.
Looking at State's Exhibit 14W, is there a caption?
There is.
And is there a date of this post?
There is.
What is the date of the post?
March 21st, 2016.
And is there an image of who appears to be Christian Eppinger?
There is.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 15W, what is the date of State's Exhibit 15W?
April 13th, 2016.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is the caption?
It says free unfo bitch.
All right. And is there some emojis next to that?
There are.
And what are those emojis?
It's a police officer emoji, a gun emoji, and a 100 emoji.
And is there an image?
There is.
And do you know who that person is?
I do.
Who is that?
It's Quantavious Greer.
And do you know a nickname for that individual?
Unfunk.
All right. And do you know any relation of Mr. Greer? Is he related to anyone in this courtroom?
I believe he is.
Okay. And who is that?
Mr. Williams.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 16W, what's the date of 16W?
April 16th of 2016.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is that caption?
It says Peter Will, my lifestyle, hashtag long live 44.
All right. And is that an image of Mr. Eppinger as well?
It is.
And then looking at 17W, what's the date of this post?
This is March 25th of 2020.
All right. And is that, there appears to be another image of Mr. Eppinger?
It is.
And what is he doing?
He's posing with his feet and throwing a hand sign.
All right. And I'm gonna next look at, this should be 59W. Looking at 59W, is that a post from the YSL Breast page?
It is.
And what is the date of that post?
December 18th of 2014.
And is there a caption?
There is.
And what is the caption?
It says, if you can't make it, take it.
All right. And again, you said if you can't make it, take it. Is that X replacing a C?
It is.
All right. And do you see Mr. Eppinger in that post?
I do.
Okay. And which one's Mr. Eppinger?
He's the person on the left.
All right. And do you know who the other person is on the right?
I can't tell who that is.
Okay. And now looking at 18W. What's the date of 18W?
April 19th of 2020.
And do you see is there a post?
There is.
And who is this person in this post?
This is Jaquan Stevenson.
Okay. And is Jaquan Stevenson a member of YSL?
He was, yes.
All right. And did he have a nickname?
He did.
And what was his nickname?
Rudy.
Now, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Travius Stevens?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Travius Stevens?
Through police work over many years.
Okay. And was it over many years? How many years?
14 maybe.
Okay. And are you familiar with any nicknames of Mr. Stevens?
I am.
What are those nicknames?
He's gone by Tick and Slug.
And you said over 14 years, when was there a first encounter or gang intelligence encounter with Travius Stevens?
The first encounter that I am aware of was in.
That would be hearsay. Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
When was your first gang encounter with Travius Stevens?
In 2011.
Okay, and how did you become a part of that encounter?
Members of the United States Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force were making an arrest, and during that arrest, they encountered Travius Stevens, and I was advised of this encounter.
And during that encounter, were there any pictures taken of Mr. Stevens?
There were.
Okay, and what were the pictures that were taken?
There were photographs of him as well as his tattoos.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 9U. Looking at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 9U, do you recognize State's Exhibit 9U?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 9U?
It appears to be the same photograph that was taken in 2011.
Okay. And was that the tattoo that was there in 2011?
Yes, ma'am. And actually, I'm not sure that's the same photograph, but it is the same tattoo.
Okay. Take me to 2012. Was there another gang intelligence encounter with Travius Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what date that was in 2012?
That was June 22nd of 2012.
And were you involved in that encounter with Mr. Stevens?
I was.
How did you encounter him?
He had been arrested after a traffic stop in Zone 3, and myself and another detective were called to the scene to interview Mr. Stevens.
Okay. And did he speak with you when you went to go interview him?
He did.
And what type of questions did you ask of him?
Primarily asked him about his suspected gang affiliation.
Okay. And was he forthcoming with his affiliation with any gangs?
He was not.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any tattoos on him?
I did.
What tattoos did you notice?
I noticed several. The first one I noticed was a tattoo on his throat that said BFL.
And did you ask him about that tattoo?
I did.
And what was the response that he gave you about the BFL tattoo?
We object. This is cases. You're saying confrontation. This is a 2012 interview with.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Stevens has testified. He was specifically asked about this encounter within his
I'm going to
proper.
reverse myself, Mr. Harvey. I'm going to overrule the objection, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure. What response did he give you about the BFL tattoo?
He told me that it stood for loyalty, bend first.
Loyalty.
Loyalty, bend first.
Now, when he told you that it meant loyalty, bend first, were you able to find anything from Travius Stevens that contradicted that particular meaning that he gave you?
I did.
What did you find?
I saw a post to his Twitter account.
Okay. And when in conjunction with having this interview, did you find this post on his Twitter account?
I believe it was shortly after the encounter.
Okay, so back in 2012.
Correct.
All right. And you said it was on his Twitter account. What do you call his Twitter name was back in 2012?
It was, I believe the account name was Bloody Slug Slat. He had a vanity name of Slug 5 Much, I believe at that time also.
And you're on permission to approach?
Amen, Madam.
I'm showing you what I've already given to defense counsel is 19W. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19W. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 19W?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 19W?
This is a screenshot of the Twitter post that I observed.
Okay, and is that the Twitter post that you're just referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the Twitter post that you saw back in 2012 regarding what Mr. Stevens said that his tattoo actually represents?
Yes.
At this time, say like the tender State's Exhibit 19W into evidence.
Any objection states 19W?
Your Honor, same objection, relevant,
It'll be continued. I'll hold the objection and I'll make it continuing.
This is part of my continuing objection. I have some new request for 105 instruction. This is, I think I've argued that very briefly, but this is.
If it's argued, I remember you arguing that before, Mr. Harvey. I'll note that and overrule it and make it continuing as well. Okay, all right. This court will admit states 19 and it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, is this the post that you were referencing?
It is.
And if you can, is your screen on to the right of you?
This, no, it is not.
Okay. If you can see, and if you need that stick, you can also use that stick. Just indicate where that BFL tattoo is.
So the BFL tattoo is across his throat.
And when you met with Mr. Stevens, from your observation of looking at that tattoo, could you tell if it was an older tattoo, a newer tattoo? What could you observe when you saw it back in 2020? Did you?
I'll sustain the objection.
Sure. When you met with him at the 2012 encounter, was it in person?
It was.
Okay. And have you seen tattoos that are just like freshly new tattoos before?
I have.
Okay. And so are you able to tell from your own eyes if something looks, if it was fresh or if it was an older tattoo?
I am.
Okay. And when you met with Mr. Stevens back in 2012, could you tell from your observation and looking at his neck if that tattoo looked like it was a newer or an older tattoo?
It appeared to be a new tattoo.
And why did it appear to be a new tattoo?
It was still in the healing process and was peeling a little bit.
Okay. And looking at the post, what is the caption of the post, of that Twitter post?
The caption says, "Blood for life, #Blatt."
Okay. And was that different from what he actually told you when you met with him?
It is.
And what was the date that Mr. Stevens posted that on Twitter?
This was on June 14th of 2012.
And when did you said you met with him?
It was June 22nd of 2012.
Okay. Now, at that same 2012 encounter, did he have any other tattoos that he explained to you?
He did.
What was that?
He had one behind his right ear that said 75K over 18.
And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20W, which has been previously shown to defense counsel, but shown again. Looking at State's Exhibit 20W, do you recognize State's Exhibit 20W?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 20W?
This is a photograph that I took in 2012.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the picture that you took in 2012?
It is.
And what is that the picture of?
It's a picture of the tattoo behind his ear, reading 75K with a division sign over 18.
You're right, this time to say like Tender State's Exhibit 20W into evidence.
Any further objection to states 20W? All right, 20W is admitted, continue, or over objection, continuing objection, and may be published as you see fit.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 20W, if you could just indicate to the jury where that 75 over 18 tattoo is.
It's right in the center of the photograph behind his right ear.
And when you met with Mr. Stevens back in 2012, what did he tell you that the 75K over 18 tattoo represented?
He said that it meant that he had $75,000 when he was 18 years old.
Okay. Not that, was it that he was trying to get 75,000 or that he had it when he was 18 years old?
He said that he had it when he was 18 years old.
And to your knowledge, if you know in 2012, about how old was Mr. Stevens in 2012?
He was 19 years old.
Now, also during this time, were you ever able to observe any videos of Mr. Stevens representing his affiliation with the Blood Gang?
I was.
Where did you find those videos?
They were posted using the social media application SocialCam, and they were posted to his Twitter account.
And I've never heard of SocialCam, so what was SocialCam?
SocialCam was one of the early apps that allowed you to record video and actually post it to social media.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review those videos that you saw back in 2012?
I have.
Right. Permission to approach again?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 52W. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 52W.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 52W?
This is a disc that's labeled with 2 videos, Belnap, and it's got my initials and a date.
And what was contained on those Stacy Exhibit 52W?
These were 2 videos that I viewed from the SocialCam application.
All right. And when you reviewed it, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the 2 videos that you observed back in 2012 and that you provided to the state?
They were.
Did it appear to have any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Stacy Exhibit 52W into evidence.
Any objection states 52W.
Same objection, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
I will admit 52W over objection and make a continuing objection to all parties. You may be published as you see fit.
Your person don't respond.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to publish that one later, it appears. We're having some technical difficulties. All right, looking at going to 2014. After 2012, did you have any other encounters with Mr. Stevens?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
October 11th of 2014.
And where did you encounter Mr. Stevens in October 11, 2014?
At 2915 Macon Drive.
And what happened during this encounter?
At that time, I and other members of the United States Marshal Service Fugitive Task Force were arresting Mr. Stevens for some outstanding arrest warrants.
Okay, and what were those arrest warrants for?
It was for an armed robbery.
Okay. And did you see or speak with Mr. Stevens?
I did.
And what if anything, did you all speak with him about?
I photographed his tattoos again during this encounter, and I asked him about some tattoos I observed on him that I had not seen previously.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 4U. Looking at what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 4U, do you recognize State's Exhibit 4U?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 4U?
This is a hat that Mr. Stevens was wearing at the time of his arrest.
Okay. And does it have, what's the writing on the hat?
It says Bompton.
Okay. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. Also, now looking at Exhibit 15U. Do you recognize Exhibit 15U?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 15U?
It's a red bandana that Mr. Stevens had on his person during his arrest.
Okay. Now, looking at this bandana, to your knowledge, do you remember, was there any other writing on that bandana besides the normal general pattern that's on a red bandana?
There was not.
Rule, Your Honor.
I didn't understand.
I apologize. That's evidence rule, the bandana. Never seen it.
I'll rule the objection.
Did you observe anything else written on that bandana?
I did not.
Okay. If you had noticed anything written on the
That's
bandana.
speculation. If you had.
Oh, okay. Did you take that picture?
I did.
All right. And in your experience, do you take anything of note when you take pictures? Do you take anything of note?
I do.
Okay. And based upon and you took these pictures?
I did.
I stand objection.
Based on the picture you took, is that the only picture that you took of that bandana?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there anything in your encounter with Mr. Stevens on that day, October 11, 2014, that you observed that would indicate that either the bandana or that hat was merch or merchandise from a concert?
There was not.
Now, you talked earlier about wanting to notate any additional tattoos. Did he have any additional tattoos on his body that he did not have when you met with him in 2012?
He did.
Okay. And what were those additional tattoos that you saw?
There were quite a few new tattoos, but two that I took note of. One was on his hands, across the back of both hands, and one was on his left side, on his ribcage.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. First, it says Exhibit 2U. Looking at State's Exhibit 2U, do you recognize Exhibit 2U?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 2U?
This is a photograph that I took.
Okay. And was that one of the newer tattoos that you had saw on his body?
It is.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit 3U. Looking at Exhibit 3U, do you recognize Exhibit 3U?
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 3U?
That's another photograph that I took.
And what's it contained on that tattoo?
It says, "Can't fight fate."
Okay. And again, looking at that, you said "can't fight fate." Is the C replaced with a K?
It is.
Okay. And looking at Exhibit 7U, do you recognize Exhibit 7U?
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 7U?
These are photographs of Mr. Stevens' tattoos.
Okay. And are those two separate photos?
They are.
Combined into one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are those the additional photos that you took back in 2014?
These are not the photos that I took, but they are the tattoos that I observed.
Excuse me, thank you. And what are from this 7U picture, what are the two pictures, what are the tattoos that you observed back in 2014?
They read across the hands from right to left, Cleveland Ave, and Rock Crew across the fingers.
And Now I want to show you what's been admitted, State Exhibit 8U and 8UB. Particularly looking at the tattoo with the snake, did you see those tattoos back in 2014?
I did not.
Okay. Now, going back to State's Exhibit 2U, does it appear that Mr. Stevens has on any beads around his neck?
He does.
During your encounter with him, did he make any notice or mention of those beads?
Yeah, the only thing he said about them was that when I asked him if I could take pictures of his tattoos, he said that was fine. He just did not want me to touch his beads. And he was very emphatic about that.
Now, during your interaction with Mr. Stevens back in 2012 or in 2014, did he admit any gang membership to you?
He did.
And what gang did he admit that he was a member of?
Yeah, he admitted that he was a member of Rock Crew.
Okay. And did he say he was a member of any other gang or associated with any other gang?
He did.
Overruled.
And what gang was that?
That was YSL.
And what did he tell you that YSL stood for?
I asked him about YSL meaning Young Slime Life. And
You may, sir. You may.
so I asked him about YSL meaning Young Slime Life, and he said that it had meant that, but that they had started saying that it stood for Young Successful Lifestyle once Mr. Williams had started achieving some fame.
Okay. And when did he give you that explanation? Was that in 2012 or 2014?
That was in 2014.
All right. Now, during your time as an investigator in the gang unit, have you heard of an individual by the name of Jeffery Williams?
I have.
And are you aware of any nicknames that he goes by?
I am.
And what is that?
Young Thug.
And around what year did you first hear about Mr. Williams?
I believe in 2010.
Okay. And during that time, were you aware of Mr. Williams was a member of or associated with Rock Crew?
I was.
Okay. And what was your understanding if he was associated or a member of Rock Crew?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
What was your understanding if he was a member or associated with Rock Crew?
My understanding was that he was a member of Rock Crew.
What about the Blood, Sex, Money murder? Was he a member of or associated with the Blood, Sex, Money murder?
Your Honor, I would object
Basis.
for switching dual purpose of the witness is violating 702 at this point, and we saw, we discussed last.
Okay, so, all right, I understand your objection. Is that it?
That is.
Okay, all right. Are you still within the purview of stage one?
Yes, I'm still on stage
Overruled.
one.
Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
In 2010, no, I was not aware of him. I don't believe at the time being associated with sex, money, murder.
Okay. What about later on? About 2012, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what about Young Slime Life?
In 2010, I was not aware of him associating with Young Slime Life.
What about 2012, 2014?
By 2013, yes, 2013, I would have known that he was associated with YSL.
Okay. And during that time, did you learn if Mr. Williams had any social media accounts?
I did.
What social media accounts were you aware of?
He had a Twitter account and a kind of a blogger account.
And when we say a blogger account, what do you mean?
It was a little different than a social media account. It was more of a running blog.
And was that on a certain site?
It was.
What was that?
It was on Tumblr.
And for Twitter, did you know what his vanity name was?
I did.
What was that?
And that was Young Thug.
And was there any particular vanity name about the Tumblr kind of blogger site?
Yes, that was Young Thug World.
Okay. And on Mr. Williams' social media accounts, did you observe any kind of Twitter or tweets from his Twitter account?
I did.
Okay. And in the course of looking at his Twitter account, did you see Mr. Williams make any reference to either his affiliation with the Rock Crew or his affiliation with the Blood, specifically SMM?
I did.
And did you see any reference to any YSL membership?
I did.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to see and look at those tweets and pictures from the Twitter account associated with Young Thug?
I have.
And during the course of that review, did you see any pictures or anything that associated Mr. Williams with that Young Thug Twitter account?
I did.
I'm going to first show you what's been marked as 6 Exhibit 21W through 41W. Look at 21W and 40W, which has been previously given to defense counsel, and let me know if you recognize 21W through 40W. And I'm sorry, it should be 42W, I apologize.
Before we get started, or continue, I should say, might be best to break in from lunch at this point in time?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, you okay with that? Yes. Okay, all right. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and recess for lunch. The time is almost, say, 12:35. If you all could come back at 1:45, and then once all of you are assembled, we'll go ahead and we'll resume with our examination of our witness, okay? All right, so 1:45, remember my admonitions I've given you, okay? Enjoy your lunch. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Detective Belnap will go ahead and excuse you for lunch as well, sir. You come back at 1:45, please. Thank you, sir. I'll discuss testimony anybody accept returns in this case. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 1:45, and we'll see you all back then. We'll get started. Okay? We're in recess.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Wes, I'm coming up with you. Just give me, I think these on the way out. Or what did it get me, so? jurors back, Sergeant Ingram? All right, for the summary jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue with the examination now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we left off, we had some technical difficulties with 52W. So now, before we finish with where we ended, we'll go and publish now 52W. Can we get entrance to the Zoom? Okay, first looking at the first video on 52W. Again, Investigative Document, do you recognize that the entry part of 52W? The entry,
I do.
okay. All right, go ahead and play. I'm going to pause right here, and that's at 18 seconds in the video. Who's the person who's captured on the video?
Travius Stevens.
All right, and we'll talk. There was some writing on the video. Did you put that writing on there?
I did not.
Was that writing a part of the video when you first saw it and when you downloaded it?
It was.
Okay. The driver in the car, do you know who that individual is?
I do.
Who is that?
It's Taquantis Grant.
Okay. And is he associated with any gang?
He is.
What gang is that?
With the ABG,
What's ABG?
Atlanta Blood Gang, or anybody get it.
Thank you.
Young Cooley right now. They're supposed to have this in the line. I just had him in the line. Yeah, I just caught a line in the line. He look like, who the fuck is those guys? Those guys are balling. Aren't you young Cooley? I fuck Cooley, boo. You better get out of that line. I bet that whole man in that line standing. I bet he would never be standing in no damn line. Never, bro? Yeah. And we just see police standing in line. Push. Man, Troy, you gotta put that up. We got looking for him. Push on. You got the red Louis on. That red Gucci on. You got that red OK bag. I got that red OK swag. Me and him black. Me and him black. SML black. Black, nigga. That's enough.
Okay. So within that, do they make a mention of SMM?
They do.
And what about black?
They do.
All right, we'll talk about that in a moment. The next video.
Which is?
52W video 2.
They don't know about that. Hey, man. Homies on homies. Hey, homies. What it be like? Hey. Hey, go ahead. Okay.
We're going to pause at 42 seconds. Who are the two individuals in this video?
Travius Stevens and, Jamonta Smith.
And with Jamonta Smith, is he affiliated with either SMM, Rock Crew, or YSL?
He's affiliated with Rock Crew and SMM.
Okay, thank you.
First that my motherfucking blood, homie. Black. Maybe, if it's black, they niggas say black. Real niggas say black, blood niggas say black. Trying to catch up a little bro. Hold on. Yeah, he's all up when you get through. Who's sitting now? When they get through.
And within 52W, the second video, do you hear the word black as well inside that video?
I do.
And again, for the jury, when did you pull these two videos?
These were from June 16th and June 24th of 2012.
Now, thank you. Now, going back to State's exhibits 21W through 42W, did you have the opportunity to review those before the break?
I did.
And did those appear to be fair and accurate representation of tweets from the account of Young Thug?
They do.
All right. And have you seen those tweets before?
I have.
Okay. Your Honor, this time say like Tennessee exhibit 21W through 42W into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. Also 43 character.
Okay, all bases are overruled. I'll no continuing objection, and then be published as you submitted. I'll admit them on rejection, and then be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I'm going to present you with three different groups. First, 43 and 44W, 45W and 45WA, and 46W through 50W. Once you review, let me know when you're finished. And these have also been previously shown in the defense counsel. Um, 43 through 50W. You're welcome.
I've reviewed them.
Okay, and do you recognize, first I'll start with 43W and 44W.
I do.
And how do you recognize 43W to 44W?
I've previously seen these.
Okay, and are those from the same at Young Thug Twitter account that we just referenced?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now looking at 45W and 45WA. How do you recognize 45W and 45WA?
I've previously seen these.
Okay, and are those from the same Twitter account that we've referenced before belong to Young Thug?
They are.
And then last, 46W through 50W, do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
And how do you recognize those exhibits?
I've also previously seen these.
And again, are those also tweets from that same Young Thug Twitter account?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 43 through 44W, or whiskey, 45 whiskey through 45 whiskey A, and 46 whiskey through 50 whiskey into evidence.
I said the same continuing objection to dismiss.
You may, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now next, are you, oh, sorry.
Okay, the court will admit, states 43, 44 whiskey, 45 whiskey, and 45 whiskey alpha through 45 whiskey alpha, and 46 whiskey through 50 whiskey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then it publishes you see fit.
Thank you.
And I'll still mark it continuing objection.
I think here's the last one.
I said I'll mark, I said I'll note that there's a continuing objection as to the aforementioned exhibits the court's just admitted.
Now, are you aware if Mr. Williams had an Instagram social media account?
I am.
And are you familiar with his vanity name was on Instagram?
I am.
And what was his vanity name?
So the handle is Thugger1.
And have you seen images of Mr. Williams from his social media account?
I have.
And have you had the opportunity to see Instagram returns from that Thugger1 social media account?
I have.
And have you seen Instagram both posts from both the public site as well as from the search warrant return?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
That's it. Well, I'm showing you what's been marked as 56W. Tell me if you recognize 56W.
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 56W?
And this is a photograph I've previously seen.
Okay. And where did you previously see that?
This was in the Instagram search warrant return.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of an image that you've seen from the Thugger1 Instagram search warrant return?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 56W into evidence.
All right, any further objections to 56 whiskey?
Same objection, sir.
All right, so I'll admit it over objection, continuing objection. You may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Now showing you what's been admitted as 56W. Tell the jury what we're looking at is 56W.
It's a photograph of Mr. Williams and Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. And what is the date that the image was taken?
On November 3rd of 2014.
Okay. And when you go down, is there a text?
There is.
And what does the text say?
It mentions an account at Woody372, and it says, "Are loved by me," photo by at MPA Duke 1.
And do you know the Instagram handle? Are you familiar with the Instagram handle Woody372?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That belongs to Kenneth Copeland.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle of MPA Duke 1?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That belongs to Martinez Arnold.
Okay. Now, have you had the occasion to view any videos with Mr. Williams in which he either himself self-identifies or associates himself either as a member of Rock Crew, the Bloods, and or a member of YSL?
I have.
How many videos have you seen?
I don't know the exact number, but a few.
Okay, for the purposes of this testimony today, have you seen 3 specific videos as it relates to this testimony today?
I have.
All right. And the 3 videos that you've seen, if you can tell the jury a little bit about each of the videos.
So the 3 videos that were reviewed for today, one was published or posted in 2009, another that was posted in 2012, and another from 2014. The first one was posted to YouTube. Actually, the first 2 were posted to YouTube. The third was from an account called Mixtape Kitchen, and that was viewed on a website called World Star Hip Hop.
And have you had the opportunity to view those videos yourself in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And in viewing those videos, did you see images of Jeffery Williams in those videos?
I did.
And based upon the videos that you've seen, did it appear to be any additions or deletions from either the YouTube account or from the World Star video account that you viewed?
No.
You have permission to approach again.
You may.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 53W and 53WA, 54W, and 55W, and tell me if you recognize those exhibits. And these exhibits have been previously shown to defense counsel.
I do.
And how do you, first let's start with 53W, how do you recognize this exhibit 53W?
I've previously initialed this disc after reviewing the video that's on it.
And then what about 54W?
Same thing. I previously viewed the video that's on this and initialed the disc.
And what about 55W?
Same thing. I've previously viewed the video that's on the disc and initialed it.
And again, from your viewing of the video, did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
You're right. This time, state attender 53W, 53W alpha, 54W, and 55W into evidence.
You said 53W, 53W alpha,
Yes.
what else?
54W and 55W.
Any objections to states 53 whiskey, 53 whiskey alpha, 54 whiskey, and 54 whiskey and 55 whiskey that otherwise have not been
Yes.
tendered?
They were not,
What's your objection, sir?
they were not a part of the original objections that we made. The objections are exactly the same. They just weren't available
Would you like me to adopt them, or?
to exact.
Okay, I'll adopt those, and it'll be a continuing objection. Any further objection?
403, 404A count.
Okay, overruled. I'll note, I'll make it a continuing objection. I'll admit them over to objection, they may be published as you see fit. States 53 whiskey, 53 whiskey alpha, 54 whiskey, and 55 whiskey.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, phase 1 is concluded.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just maybe about 5-10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll continue at this point in time, okay? All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess about 10 minutes, all right? All rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Detective Belnap will see you in 10 minutes, okay?
Sir.
Thank you, sir. We're in recess. call Detective Belnap, please? All right, so summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Investigator Belnap, when you came in November, you testified very generally as an expert to general concepts within gang investigation. Now I want to talk to you specifically about ROC Crew and YSL, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In your expert capacity. So let's first talk about ROC Crew and YSL. I believe you testified back in November that ROC Crew was a gang and that Quentin Porter was an established leader or a person.
Narration.
I'll overrule the objection. Are you just trying to orientate the witness?
Yes.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Or was an influential individual within that gang.
That's correct.
How familiar were you with Quentin Porter?
I was very familiar with him
How?
through multiple criminal investigations.
And has Quentin Porter passed away?
He has.
And when did that occur?
It was on January 3rd of 2019.
All right. And in your training and experience as a gang expert, does it boost the reputation of a person who is in a gang to publicly post pictures of himself with either a big homie or a leader or a high-ranking member of a gang?
It does.
It's not the candidate jury.
And why is that?
It does, similar to how it is with any person, people like to be near someone that they look up to or that they admire, or a person of position or influence. In gangs, it's actually even more so than that, because in gang culture, a lot of what they're seeking is money, power, and respect, and being close to those things can bolster or strengthen the amount of protection that the gang provides you against outsiders who see you as a person of high rank or influence within the gang.
You got permission to approach?
You may. Have you shown that to the defense counsel?
Yes, they've had it previously.
All right.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 51W. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 51W.
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 51W?
I've previously seen this.
Okay, and where have you previously seen this?
It was on Instagram.
Okay, and whose Instagram?
This is Instagram belonging to Shannon Jackson.
And is that person also known as Shannon Stillwell?
He is.
And what was Mr. Stillwell's Instagram handle?
OG.bull_.
Okay, and looking at Stacey Exhibit 51W, does this appear to be a post that was posted on that OG.bull Instagram page?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to turn Stacey Exhibit 51W into evidence.
The objection states 51W. 51 whiskey, otherwise has no argument. All right, there will be noted for the record. Continuing objection, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. It's admitted over objection and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at State's Exhibit 51W, is that the Instagram post or Instagram page of OG.Bull?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date that this picture was posted?
December 31st of 2019.
And is there a caption on this picture?
There is.
And what is the caption?
It says, "Long live Boo, hashtag Happy New Year."
And is there an image?
There is.
And what is contained in that image?
There's a photograph of Quentin Porter on the left with Shannon Jackson on the right.
All right. Now, we talked earlier about Mr. Williams being a part of Rock Crew. I'm going to publish to you now what has been already admitted as 54W.
Checking out here. Hold on, look. My partner say this man stole his swag, no. Hey, Jay, how you say he good? Hold on, let me wipe it out. Hold on. My nigga, good self say he the king of white swagger, right? Say no one time, let these folks see what you're doing, though. You check him out now. Now he said that he want to blow the whistle on Tristan right there. Blow the whistle right here. The only nigga I know take pictures of his camera phone and he don't gotta do it. Do what he do. Do what he do, Joe, when you walk up. Listen, guys, this is what he doing. But he's taking pictures of me. That's how you know what I'm saying. Man, shit, man, we go in there like that going on. Y'all believe that? I gotta bring this with me. I want to see it. Yeah, we down here this hard kicking, man, every day. Little Monte right here, man. Man. We all let these know, man. So good with us. Hey, Joe. I mean, big money, man, all the way. On swag. Been doing this shit. Big much swag. Gotta do it, man. Cool. He really cool. You see, he got an arm in his shirt, man. You feel it? Really cool. Check in with him one time, man. I remember that. Get people in on camera. Just plain shit with the rock we swagging, man. Birds is out fine when they get through, though. You feel? That's all. Gotta get change the motherfuckers on there. Let me buy a little D. Let me buy a little D on there. Every time I went change the dish. He stole it. This is motherfucker look, dude, y'all can't get on that one time, man. They said either one, you would change on 100 points, see them tighten up on them. Yeah, what's happening? Yeah, the new arrival when you get that shot. We'll change on 100 points in the motherfucker. He went ball with his, so he slows like a... I was gonna fuck that little kid right quick.
All right, so we're going to go back and we're going to talk about this video. So in the video, what year was this video, based upon what you viewed on YouTube, what year was this video taken?
In 2009.
All right, and where are they at in this video?
This is the Cleveland Avenue Park. I believe the address is 27 Cleveland Avenue.
Does 47 Cleveland Avenue sound familiar?
That's it, 47 Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, and is this in Zone 3?
It is.
All right. And in your experience as a gang investigator, is this an area where YSL members or Rock Crew members generally are congregated?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's go back to the beginning.
Checking out here. Hold on, look. My partner say this man stole his swag, no.
Right here. Well, there was a hand sign. Who's this right here? Sorry.
That's Mr. Williams.
Okay. And did you see or observe him throwing up a hand sign?
I did.
In your knowledge, training experience, what Do you know what that hand sign is or what that hand sign represents?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a hand sign used by blood sets, generally specifically East Side Bloods.
Okay. And continue.
Hey, Jay, how you say he good? Hold on. Let me ride it out. Hold on. My nigga, good self, say he the king of white swagger, right? Shut up one time, let these folks see what you're doing, though. You shake a leg, checking out here. Hold on, look. My partner say the man done stole his swag, no. Hey, Jay, how you say he good? Let me ride it out. My nigga, good self, say he the king of white swagger, right? Shut up one time, let these folks see what you're doing, though. You shake him out.
And is that him pulling up that same symbol again?
It is.
All right.
I know. Now he said that he want to blow the whistle on Christian right there. Blow the whistle right here.
Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That is Christian McMiller.
And to your knowledge, is Christian McMiller associated with Rock Crew and or YSL?
Yes, both.
Both. And is Mr. McMiller still living with us today?
He is not.
When did he? Do you know when he passed away?
I do, and it was last year, although I don't remember the exact date off the top of my head.
2022 or 2023?
I'm sorry, 2022.
All right. And as relates to Mr. McMiller, do you know how he passed?
I do.
How?
He was shot and killed.
Okay. Was he with anyone?
He was.
Who?
Darius Ford.
All right. We can continue.
The only nigga I know take pictures in his camera phone and he don't gotta do it. Do what he do. Do what he do, Joe, when you walk up. Listen, guys, this is what he does. Hello. Well, he's taking pictures of me every day. You know what I'm saying? Man, shit, man. Man, we go in there like that going on. Y'all believe that? I gotta bring this with me. I want to see it. Yeah, we down here at Park keeping, man, every day. Little Monte right here, man.
Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's Jamonta Smith.
Right. Is that the same individual that was in the other video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see any gang identifiers on Mr. Smith within this video?
I do.
What is that?
There's a red bandana tied to the right side of his pants.
What's the significance of the red bandana being tied to the right side of his pants?
If you remember, as we did,
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, we haven't asked any specific questions as to this individual previously.
I'll allow it then. I'll rule the objection.
You can go explain.
Mr. Smith's wearing this red bandana tied to the right side of his pants, which is consistent with his claims of being a blood gang member.
Okay.
Oh, no, man. Say again with our side. Hey, Joe. I mean, big money, man, all the way. On swag. You doing this shit. Get my swag. Really cool. You said. Stay in with him one time. Get deep on just some plain shit in the rock. Public motherfuckers. We hit lagging, man. Hit niggas pop out when they get through, though. You feel? That's all right. That's a little
We're going to stop right here. The young man with the hoodie on his head, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's Quindarius Zachary.
All right. And to your knowledge, was Mr. Zachary associated with Rock Crew or YSL?
Yes, both.
And there's some other individuals in this video. Are you familiar with any of those other individuals in the video?
I am.
Okay, how?
From previous investigations.
Do you know all of their names of the individuals that are in that?
I don't.
Okay. But so how do you know that they are part of other investigations?
Several of them look familiar. One of them, I believe, sitting in the car.
Also speculation.
I stand as the form.
You can stand when you object.
That's Mr. Matthews.
Objection.
You're right. He's in his expert capacity, can talk about his investigations.
You just need to rephrase the question, though.
In viewing these videos, have you had encounters within your gang investigation with any investigation involving any of these individuals?
I have.
Your Honor, relevance,
Overrule the objection.
character, 104.
I rule the objection, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have.
Okay, and you were specifically talking about someone on the car.
Yeah, I believe that's Red Codio, who was a rock crew associate.
And again, this video is from back in 2009.
It is.
All right. Okay. Next, back in November, you spoke about specific gang hand signs. I want to first go back to State's Exhibit number 1, slide 70. Now, when you came in November, was this a part of your PowerPoint presentation?
It was.
And did you talk specifically about certain hand signs in which both sex, money, murder, as well as YSL individuals do?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overrule, sir.
Compound question, Ron.
Overrule, Mr. Matthews.
I did.
Okay. And so what I would like to show you is first State's Exhibit 53W. So pause right here. First, looking at State's Exhibit 53. What is this? What video are the jurors about to look at? 653W.
This is a video from YouTube. It's behind the scenes from a video shoot.
Okay. And who was the individual whose song was it?
This is Justin Ushery, who performs under the name Bloody J.
Okay. And to your knowledge, transparent, was Bloody J or Justin Ushery a member of ABG?
Yes.
And is that Atlanta Blood Gang?
It is.
All right. And is this him on the cover of the initial cover of the video?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the tattoo on his face. As a gang investigator, is there any significance of that particular type of tattoo on his face?
He has a Boston Red Sox logo tattooed below his right eye. And as we've previously discussed, blood gang members will often tattoo this logo, and they associate their gang identifiers with the right side of their body, so it may be tattooed in a prominent place on the right side of the body.
Okay. So I want to go to some key portions of the video. So first I want to go to 1 minute and 12 seconds within the video.
Consider yourself warned. Consider yourself warned. Warning! Consider yourself warned. Consider yourself warned. Are you telling me that come on,
Pause right here first.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm sorry?
This is hearsay, it's relevant, and I can oppose on the records.
I'm gonna overrule those two objections. If you have something else, you can come up here and tell me, but I'm gonna overrule the objection.
May I approach?
Yes. United States 53 whiskey.
Thank you. Okay, so pausing right here, what, if anything, do we see Mr. Usury Bloody J doing in this freeze frame right here?
Mr. Usher is throwing that B hand sign that the Bloods use with both hands.
Okay, and we're gonna fast forward to 1 minute and 47 seconds. I'm gonna pause. Who is this individual?
That is Micah Anderson.
Okay, and does he have another name in which he goes by?
He does.
And what is that?
Ola Playa.
And is there any significance regarding the Ola Playa?
That's a term for rank or position within sex, money, murder.
All right. And is he holding up any gang signs?
He is.
And what are the gang signs that he's holding up right here?
This is the 2 guns hand sign for sex, money, murder.
All right. I'm going to go to 2 minutes and 1 second. The individual in red, who is that?
Travius Stevens.
And we're going to actually play from 2 minutes and 1 second to 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
I don't be sipping, boy. You gotta be quick though.
The individual in the blue cap, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
It's Mr. Williams.
And what is Mr. Williams wearing?
He's wearing a white and red shirt and a blue baseball hat.
All right.
$1 million niggas, nigga. We real $1 million. $1 million bloods, $1 million goons and shit. 5 times.
Okay. And the individual says we're $1 million niggas, $1 million bloods, black 5 times. Who was that?
That's Mr. Williams.
Okay. And what is black? What does black mean?
That stands for blood love all the time.
And is that the same black that we heard in that video with Travius Stevens a little bit earlier today?
It's the same identifier, yes.
Okay. If we can play from 225 to 250.
$1 million niggas, nigga. We real $1 million. $1 million bloods, $1 million goons and shit. 5 times. All my niggas slime, my cross nigga. I cross a nigga out here, I cross a nigga.
Again, is that Micah Anderson?
It is.
All right. And do you hear them in the song talk about slime?
I did.
All right. And based on your experience with YSL and Rock Crew, what is your understanding of slime and what that means?
Slime is a term meaning to do something reprehensible or wrong, being untrustworthy, or someone who would do crime or harm to anyone.
And in there it says cross a nigga out. Does that have any relation to do with that term slime?
It can, yes.
Okay, and why you say it can, what do you mean?
That term generally means to kill someone, to take somebody out. That could certainly happen in the context of being a slimy person or being slime.
Now we're gonna go to about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
And I know my little bitch, we get the bells count money till I pass out. Just pass out. The turn, that's what they mad about. Slam, man, cross a nigga eyes. My life full of good pain.
In that section, in that series, did you see any gang identifiers within that series?
I did.
And what did you see?
The very beginning of it, Mr. Williams throws a hand sign. It's a C and a K for Crip Killer.
Now I want to go to 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Where you come up? I cross a nigga. Nigga slam, I cross a nigga out. I cross a nigga out. I cross a nigga out. Don't nothing beat a double for the truth. Cross a nigga out. Cross a nigga out. Hey, I cross a nigga out. I cross a nigga out. Truthful. No tic-tac-toe. No love for these niggas. No S's and O's. Yes for the O's. Anybody get it? So you know how that goes. For the cashes to go.
And we're stopping at 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Within that gap from 4:45 to 5:20, did you see either on the front end or in the back any gang symbols within that portion of the video?
I did. Mr. Anderson, I believe, again, was throwing two B hand signs as well as the two guns.
Now we're gonna go all the way to 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Oh, excuse me. Let me go back. I'm sorry, to 6 minutes and 6 seconds. In the background, do you see Mr. Williams?
I do.
And do you see him putting up any gang signs?
I do.
What do you see him putting up?
He's throwing that CK hand sign with both hands, and then he throws that B hand sign with each hand.
Okay. Now let's go to 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
Bitch, you know what that mean? Ain't no much song like big real motherfucker. Tell them what it is. A1 ABG, A1 FBG, A1 ROB, bitch, you know it right.
So let's okay, so he said A1 ABF, A1 AFB, and ROB. Does that have any significance to you as a gang investigator?
So I believe he actually says A1 ABG, A1 FBG, and A1 ROB.
Okay.
So ABG would be Anybody Get It or Atlanta Blood Gang. FBG is for Free Band Gang, and ROB is for Raised On in Cleveland. But again, as they started associating with the Bloods, they stopped using the letter C in their initials and replaced it with a B.
Right. Now going to, if we're not there, 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Is that Mr. Stevens?
It is.
And is he throwing up any gang signs?
Haven't seen one yet.
Okay.
Let it check out the whole hood out here, nigga. Let it check out the whole hood out here, nigga. Free Mason Ground, nigga. Free BT, nigga. Yeah. Yeah. What song is Jay?
Do you see within this clip any gang identifiers being thrown up by any of the individuals in this video, this portion of the video?
At the beginning of it, Travius Stevens throws a B, a 4, and an L for Blood for Life.
Okay. Do you see any of the other symbols of Pistol Pete or any of those within this entire video, this section of the video?
Yeah, there was at least one person who threw up the two guns hand sign.
Now I want to go to 11 minutes and 14 seconds.
Nobody's time.
Go back. The individual in the red hat, can you see him or do we need to play it again?
I can see him.
Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That is Donovan Thomas.
Okay. And what year again was this video?
This was, I believe, posted October 30th of 2012.
Right. And are you familiar with Donovan Thomas?
I am,
How are you familiar with Donovan Thomas?
through multiple investigations.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was Donovan Thomas a member of ABG?
He was not a member of ABG.
What was he? Was he a member of a gang?
He was.
What gang was that?
He was a member of Bird Gang.
All right, I want to go to 11 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to go to 12 minutes and 16 seconds.
Let it, boy. Let it suck. Yeah, man. They gon' play it with the black Nash, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't fuck with Nash, fuck with him. That's what they put in the real shit. Yeah, boy, like, I really do. I'm saying that little bitch.
We'll pause. In the early part of that video, there was Travius Stevens, Mr. Williams. Did you know who that other individual was?
I do.
Who was that?
That's Kenneth Norwood.
Okay. And to your knowledge, you said Kenneth Norwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he associated with either Rock Crew, YSL, or ABG?
No, with Rock Crew.
With Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we'll go to the conclusion at 14:45. Now, is this usually just the end of the video? BIP, does that have any significance?
It does.
What is that?
Blood gang members will often memorialize deceased gang members by saying BIP instead of RIP, which means blood in peace.
And did you see both BIPs and RIPs on the bottom half of that, those credits?
I did.
All right. And was there, at the top of that, did something say Free Pistol Pete?
It did.
And who's Pistol Pete again?
That's Peter Rollick.
Now I'm going to show you 53WA. Did you see Mr. Williams putting up any gang identifiers or gang signs within that first few seconds of the video?
I did.
And what was he doing?
He was throwing the B's again, the 2 guns, and he also threw a 5-point star.
Now, I want to fast forward to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
King Slide. You don't know that nigga. Can't trust that nigga.
In that particular portion at 1:30, do you see Mr. Williams throwing up any gang signs?
I did.
And what did he throw up?
He threw up the 2 guns again.
All right. And now we're gonna go to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
I'm a dog selling bricks. In the hood selling 30 feet. I'm a dog selling, When chick, gotta be hard, bro. Gotta be hard. These niggas on their blood, but they can't, cause they got it out of them. Hey, yo, come up.
Within that portion, did you see Mr. Williams putting up any gang signs?
I did.
And what did he put up?
It looked like he threw the CK again at first, then the B, and then the 2 guns again.
Okay, thank you. Now, in looking at this video, in your expert opinion, did you see a number of individuals who associated themselves with the Bloods in this video?
I did.
Okay. And was Mr. Williams as well as Mr. Stevens part of this group of individuals associating themselves with the Bloods in this video? In this video,
They were, yes.
Now, in your knowledge, training, and experience, could someone who was false claiming to be a Blood be able to be in the presence of all these other Bloods and still be able to throw up symbols and throw up hand signs?
No, they would not.
Why is that?
Gang membership, like membership in many organizations, is an important thing. It's very valuable to the members themselves, and so they certainly enforce who's allowed to claim membership or association with that gang, ensuring that they've actually met the criteria and are gained admittance through the members. In gang world, someone false claiming would be subject to likely immediate and physical harm or violence for false claiming the gang.
Okay. Now I want to look at, or publish for you now, State's Exhibit 55W.
YSL, man, what you doing? Movement. Just a social lifestyle. Oh, yeah. Real. AKA bleed, nigga. Yeah. Man, but do this every day. You trick. I ain't gonna put on the Niggas real. Keep fucking there. Now real slack. Why is fucking there? Nigga with the camera, got the first teeth. Let me grab, niggas the kids, hold on. Show y'all we roll like, real niggas, Yeah, we brilliant, nigga. Don't do it. Ain't slime, you not my fucking kind, nigga. Yeah. Slime love all the fucking time. It's just fucking good. Just a successful lifestyle, bitch. Yeah. What you doing? Straight like that, bro. Okay, cool. Okay, boo, I love her. I'm a saver, yes, I did it, brother. I'm a call my poppin' for her fucking mother. That shit, I guess. I got this cause and I thought I realized and all of them kids. No, I'm not missing, not from LA, but I got you to the tip. I fuck it, I suck it, I beat it down, then she beat me to the ceiling.
So we're gonna go back to the beginning of the video. Right here. Do you know, are you familiar with any of those three individuals, portion of the video?
I am.
Okay, who?
On the left is John Young. In the middle, I believe that's Marcel Mayfield, and on the right is Fremondo Crenshaw.
Okay. And to your knowledge and with your investigation, are these three individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And is that Young Slime Life?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that YSL the gang?
It is.
Did you see when is that who you said, John Young with the hat on?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, do any of these individuals have nicknames?
They do.
Okay, John Young, what was his nickname?
Buck or Buck Buck.
Okay, and what about the young man in the middle?
He goes by Benji.
Okay. And what about Fremondo Crenshaw?
He goes by Mondo.
All right. And do you see what John Young?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is anything is he doing with his nose?
He's doing that wipe your nose hand sign.
And is there any significance particular to that particular gesture for YSL?
There is.
What is it?
They use that hand sign to indicate that they are slimy or that they are slime.
Okay.
Just a successful lifestyle. Oh, yeah.
I guess the question is, where are we at? It said it was Cleveland. Is there any significance to that?
Yes, Cleveland is what these gang members call Cleveland Avenue or the Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And was it significant to change that C to a B?
So that's commonly done, as we discussed, for blood gangs to avoid the use of the letter C.
And did you put on there, where's my strap?
No, ma'am.
Okay, was that on the video itself?
It was.
Now, is that a baby in that video?
It is.
What is that baby doing?
It begins throwing blood gang hand signs.
Okay. And is that like big B, little b?
Yes.
All right. And tell us, what's big B? What's that look like?
It's this.
And how is that a big B, not a little b?
This is a capital B, so it has the two loops here for the B.
And then what was the other sign that the baby was throwing up?
It's like this for the lowercase b.
All right. When it says baby Rolac, what is the significance of Rolac?
I believe they actually said little baby Rolac, and so Rolac obviously refers to Peter Rolac, the founder of Sex, Money, Murder.
You gonna pause? Did you hear Mr. Williams say this is not no industry shit?
I did.
Okay. Keep playing.
Right now the church will keep pushing. Like he been up. We keep a steam over shit, nigga. What's you fucking doing? Oh, sorry, you not playing. Right, step up, you shit on me.
Did you see any gang signs being thrown up in that what we just played?
I did.
What did you see?
Mr. Williams again throws the looks like the lowercase b up killer, then the uppercase B, and I believe he throws the East Side blood sign as well.
Okay. And is that Mr. Williams throwing up gang hand signs?
He is.
And is that a terminology called when they throw up multiple gang hand signs at one time?
It's called stacking.
All right.
Nah, real slack, why is fucking here?
Nigga with the camera, got the pussy too.
Niggas the kid, hold on.
Yeah, so y'all we like, yeah.
When Mr. Williams takes the camera, he said, I'm sure you were Rolacking. What, if any, significance does that have to you?
I'm really under Sex, Money, Murder.
All right.
Ain't slime, you not my fucking kind, nigga. Slime love all the fucking time. Fucking good. Just a successful lifestyle, bitch.
What you doing? Straight like that,
Now, did you hear when they, number that says slime love all the time?
I did.
Do you see that commonly with YSL gang members?
I do.
And do you see that as slat when you see it with YSL gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Williams earlier in the video said this is no industry. Have you, in your experience as a gang investigator, dealt with individuals who are both gang members as well as artists or musical artists?
I have.
And in your experience with individuals who are both gang members and musical artists, have you had the experience where they try to distinguish themselves and not want to be labeled as a studio gangster?
I have.
Okay, and how does that normally come about in your experience?
It can come about in a number of different ways, but usually the person will try to emphasize the fact that they are a gang member first. A rapper is not their identity. Their identity is membership.
And so when Mr. Williams said this ain't no industry shit, is that consistent with what you've seen those who are gang members and artists say to show that they're really gang member artists?
Compound question.
I'll send the questions to form. You can rephrase it.
In your experience, that those individuals who are gang members and also artists try to distinguish themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
With Mr. Williams saying this ain't no industry, is that a way that individuals try to distinguish themselves between being really a gang member first and an artist second.
It is.
I overrule the objection. That was Ms. Westmoreland.
And in this video, does he leave from being, I guess, outside going into the studio?
He does.
All right. Now, when you were here in November, I want to go back to one of your other slides. This might have been slide 32, and Stacey exhibit number 1. I'm just doing it in PowerPoint. All right. And again, what was the hand sign for?
The YSL hand sign.
Your Honor, you can cover this.
What's the basis of the objection?
Cumulative asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
The hand sign is made like this.
Okay. I want to go show you now what's already been admitted, 56W. Do you see that YSL gang sign 56W?
I do.
Well, now I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 2W. See that same YSL hand sign says Exhibit 2W.
I do.
Okay. Next, looking at 3W. What, if anything, what hand sign is in 3W?
So that is the hand sign for the 9 Trey Gangster Bloods.
Peter Roll My Lifestyle. What does that mean?
So Peter Roll is a term within 9 Trey for killing someone.
Looking at 17W. Do you see that same YSL hand sign?
I do.
And as a gang investigator, the fact that his Facebook account, this is Christian Eppinger, is titled YSL Brisk. What, if any, significance as an investigator?
So first, gang members will often use their social media name, associating themselves with their gang and making that part of their identity. He's also, his name is Christian. He's shortened that to Chris, but of course he's replaced the letter C with the letter B to call it Briss, as a respect for the Bloods and a disrespect to the Crips.
Now, we're going to look at particular tattoos. Now, back in November, we talked about specific tattoos that YSL gang members may have. We're going to look at the next. And we're going to look at 13W. It's Exhibit 13W.
I do.
And where is that on his body?
It's on his right cheek.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 18V. And do you appear to see that same YSL tattoo on his face as Exhibit 18V?
I do.
Now looking at State's exhibit, what's already been admitted It's shown to you again, State Exhibit 9U. Now, looking at State Exhibit 9U, so you're familiar with that as being a tattoo on Travius Stevens.
I am.
What, if any, significance is that tattoo specifically, any significance of that tattoo?
So East Coast blood sets that are associated with UBN or the United Blood Nation often represent their gang using the number 5 or a 5-point star. The gang also represents itself through the use of the color red.
Oh, sir.
As well as the letter B. So we see those three things combined here into this tattoo.
All right. Now looking at State Exhibit 2U. Looking at State Exhibit 2U, do you see the YSL tattoo?
I do.
And for you as a gang member, any significance about that YSL lifestyle tattoo?
Yes, so gang members often get their gang's acronym or initials tattooed on their person, which appears to be the case in this photograph.
And can you see if there's any color within that tattoo?
There is.
And what color is that?
It's red ink.
Any significance about that being red for you as a gang investigator?
Again, that color red is associated with blood gangs.
Okay. Now looking at State Exhibit 3U. All right, looking at State Exhibit 3U, one, is there any significance, again, with the K, with that being a K as opposed to a C?
Yes, the letter C has been replaced by the letter K. That's another way that bloods will sometimes represent replacing the C, sometimes with a B, sometimes with an X, or sometimes, as in this instance, with a K.
Okay, I think the next step is going to be 4U. While this is not a tattoo, I believe you testified this earlier, the significance of that, is that Compton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the same significance as them changing the C to a B that you've already referenced?
It is.
Now, I'm going to actually go to 8U. All right, looking at stakes 8U and 8U Bravo, do you see the slime tattoo?
I do.
And looking at the slime tattoo, we talked about it earlier, is that word slime significant with YSL?
It is.
And looking at that, 8U and 8UB, it appears that the S for slime is made with a snake.
It does.
Is there any significance of that snake as it relates to the gang YSL?
Sure, that's a symbol that YSL often uses in their social media posts, tattoos, and other instances.
Now, in your experience as a gang investigator, have you ever heard any YSL member say that slime meant slug, love, I, me?
I have not.
And at this point, in your experience, about how many YSL members have you spoken with, interviewed over the course of investigating YSL?
I would say several dozen.
Okay. And none of those said that slime means slug, love, I, me.
I stand objection. The confrontation part.
You can stand up when you object, I don't know.
That was Mr. Matthews first, and that's the confrontation.
I think Mr.
They're overruled.
And in your experience, has any of those individuals said that slime means slug, love, I, me?
Never.
Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Defense Exhibit 35. Now looking at Defense Exhibit 35, do you see any tattoos or any gang identifiers that you've already mentioned previously within that state's exhibit, Defense Exhibit?
Yes, I believe that there's a Boston Red Sox B tattoo on the front of the right shoulder.
And we're going to zoom in. Do you see that Boston Red B?
I do.
Okay. And if you want to stand up, or there's a stick at the top of the whiteboard. if you can point to where that Boston B is.
It's right here.
And in that picture, that's similar to the Boston B that we saw a few moments ago on the cover of that ABG video with Bloody Jack.
It is.
That would be leading, if you don't mind.
I don't like the commentary, but I'll sustain the objection.
Do you recall seeing the picture earlier with Bloody J?
I do.
And do you recall do you recall Bloody J having a B on his face?
I do.
And is this tattoo on Defense Exhibit 35 similar to or consistent with that same picture that was in that picture with Bloody J?
It is.
Right. And is that Boston B a blood identifier?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I'm going to also show you what's been previously admitted before. Looking at Defense Exhibit 34, are you able to see the tattoo that is on Mr. Williams' finger?
I am.
Okay. And what is on his finger?
It says slat.
Okay. And you're on permission to approach?
You may, madam.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57W. Do you recognize Exhibit 57W?
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 57W?
I have previously seen this photograph.
Here's a photo there.
It was on the internet.
And is that a picture from what you've seen on the internet of Mr. Williams?
It is.
Does that appear to be Mr. Williams?
It is.
And does that picture appear to have the same slat tattoo that you just referenced from Defense Exhibit 34?
It does.
You're right. This sounds like the tender states Exhibit 57W into evidence.
Under objection, sir.
All right, states 57, maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you. And look, I say Exhibit 57W, is that the same slat that you just referenced in Defense Exhibit 34?
Yes, it is.
And as a gang investigator, for you, is there any significance about where that slat is placed on that particular finger?
There is. It's tattooed on the outside of the index finger so that when he's making the YSL wipe your nose hand sign, that tattoo is visible.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Defense Exhibit Williams 31.
Can I pause for just a second? I've been asked to take a comfort break.
Okay.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break for 10 minutes, please. Detective Belnap will go ahead and excuse you as well. 10 minutes, sir. Okay. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess for 10 minutes. They ready?
Yeah,
Huh?
I'm making sure y'all was straight. All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Investigator Belnap, going back to Safety 55W, which was that third video that we watched, what year was that video?
That video was posted, I believe, on October 25th of 2014.
Okay. And are you familiar with the song that was playing in the second portion of the video?
I am.
Okay. Do you know what song that is?
It's Danny Glover.
Okay. And do you know, are you aware of when that song was released?
I don't know the release date. I do believe that it was in 2014.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I want to show you what's been admitted as Defense Exhibit Williams 31. And are you familiar with who this individual is?
I am.
And who is that?
It's Dwayne Carter.
Okay, and does he have another name that he goes by?
He does.
And what is that?
Lil Wayne.
And are you aware, through any of your non-trained experience, if Mr. Carter, Dwayne Carter, self-identifies as a member of the Blood?
I believe that he does.
Okay. And looking at Defense Exhibit 31, do you see any Blood gang identifiers within Defense Exhibit 31?
I do.
And if you could tell the jury, if you need to stand with the stick and point to what those identifiers are within Defense Exhibit 31.
There's a large MOB across his chest, and in red around the O it says Damu. Damu being a Swahili word meaning blood, often used particularly by West Coast Bloods, but is used across the country. He has 5 red 5-point stars across his chest, and I don't believe you can see it in this picture well, but he has Pyru tattooed about right here, just under his chest.
And what's the significance of Pyru?
So Pyru is the name of the gang that I understand that he claims.
That he claims. Now, how long have you been an investigator, just generally?
I've been a detective since August of 2012.
Okay. And when did you get assigned to the gang unit?
In August of 2009.
All right. As a law enforcement officer or as an investigator, in your general experience, is it more common that criminals tend to hide their crimes?
They do.
And is that different than your experience in dealing with gang individuals who are in gangs?
In some ways.
Okay, when you say in some ways, tell us what you mean.
Gang members also try to conceal the evidence of their crimes. However, they are more likely to post social media posts to make public statements.
Asked and answered this. Go back into that.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
Go ahead.
They're more likely to tout or flaunt their criminal activities in social media, in public, in music and things of that nature than what we've seen other criminals who are maybe not affiliated with the street gang.
And do gang members typically use social media to boost their notoriety or reputation in the community?
Absolutely.
And in your experience, have gang members or associates used social media to boast about doing violence for the gang on social media?
Certainly.
And based on your knowledge, training, and experience as an expert in criminal street gangs, what, if any, benefit can that behavior, boasting on social media, provide for the gang itself?
Not beyond the ken of the jury, Your Honor.
Overruled, sir.
The boasting on social media has the possibility or the prospect of reaching a broad audience, and that boasting by the individual who is claiming affiliation with the gang is representing the gang, and if they're representing the gang well in the eyes of the gang, that also bolsters and strengthens the image or the reputation of the gang as a whole.
So I'm going to go back to those Facebook posts with Christian Eppinger. And I want to specifically look at, God bless you, 4W. In looking at this post on 4W, based upon what you just discussed, is this the type of messaging or posting that would promote the gang or promote YSL?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
So this is a private text conversation between him and someone else. This other person expresses their belief that YSL kills people and their fear of YSL. He's now screenshotted this and posted this on social media as a way to brag about how feared YSL is by other people.
Okay. And when you also look back at State's Exhibit 6W, and we saw this earlier. First, is there any gang identifiers within this video, this Facebook post?
There are.
And what is it?
The hand sign he's showing with his left hand is the C, which is the hand sign for the Crips. He's made his hand into the shape of a gun and pointing at the C as a way to disrespect the Crips, as a way to show disrespect to them. And then he's used these emojis in the caption for this post. He's used the wheelchair emoji, which is a common Crip identifier, one of their symbols. And he's got the gun pointed at the Crip identifier, and then he's got the snake, again, a common YSL identifier with a heart behind that.
And now looking at 8W. Now here, talking about boasting of violence for the gang, is this similar in nature to that kind of boasting about the gang, with his name being YSL Brisk and having a picture with either himself or someone else with a whole bunch of guns and the caption saying, "Who said they want smoke?"
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Clearly it's a show of strength. It's a show of being heavily armed with firearms. And the term smoke essentially means who wants war, who wants battle, who wants to do violence. And showing off the number of guns you have, of course, is an attempt to intimidate someone else, to say, you don't want to mess with us because we're ready to do violence. That's the purpose of this and other many types of posts that we see from our criminal street gangs.
And again, what was the date of that post?
This was April 22nd of 2015.
Okay. Now, we're going to go to what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 21W. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 21W, what is the jury looking at?
These are some of the captured tweets from Mr. Williams' account.
All right. And if you could read for us the first two tweets on 21W.
So these say, I love my rock fam, and then he mentions at Rock Crew Daddio, at Young Zoo 1, at Maybach Rock Crew, hashtag follow now.
Okay. And then the second one?
The second one is a repost of a comment by @MonMDC, who said, @Young Thug World, I seen it in with a Crip flag today, talking about he with the rock. And the response added on the end is, boy, stop, never that.
Okay, and with Twitter, is the response, boy, stop, either comma, or period, never that. Would that be Young Thug responding to that initial tweet?
That's speculation.
Oh, yeah, I should also say objection is a form, you can rephrase it.
Do you know how Twitter works?
I do.
And with Twitter, when the individual who is responding, where generally would the response be? Would that be before or after the quotation mark?
The post that's being replied to or reposted would be in quotations at the beginning of the post, and then the response would follow the end quotation.
So in this example, the quotation mark @MonMDC, @Young Thug World, I seen a nigga with a Crip flag today talking about he with the rock, quote, end quote, that'd be what MonMDC posted?
That's correct.
And then after that quotation would be the response.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now looking at, 1 second. 22W. What does it say in this tweet?
It says, if you want to know what Cleveland is, it's where the bloods be.
Okay, and as a gang investigator, is there any significance regarding any identifiers about bloods within this tweet here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Using the term Cleveland instead of Cleveland, and then saying explicitly that it's where the bloods be.
Okay. And based on your experience, were there bloods off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We're going to go now to 24W. What does 24W say?
24W says, I think I might join duct tape because they with the hashtag BS and the hashtag rock with the hashtag BS2, straight and then two up arrows.
Okay. And what was the date of this tweet?
December 14th of 2011.
And again, any blood identifiers, any significance with any gang identifiers in 24W?
When he says duct tape, he actually, instead of spelling it D-U-C-K, he spells it with a double K, not using the C in duct.
Okay. And what about cause?
And also in cause, and he's got his hashtag ROC within this post as well.
All right. Next, we're going to look at 25W. What's the date of 25W?
January 15th of 2012.
And what does it say?
Excuse the language, it says, ain't giving me shit, so I'm not coming nowhere. Yo shit, gonna get shoot up. FR, exclamation point.
And based on your knowledge transfer, do you know what FR is?
I do.
And what is FR?
Means for real, for real.
All right. And that's on January 15, 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want us to go to 26W. Okay. What's the date of the first tweet on 26W?
January 24th of 2012.
And what does that tweet say?
It says, hey, thugger, baby, got my whole R05, MD5 behind me, yeah.
And based on your knowledge and experience, any significance of the RO5/MD5?
So this is during a time when we knew that Raise on Cleveland had a partnership or alliance with MDC, which is Most Dangerous Clique. They came from the Bowen Homes area, northwest Atlanta. Both of them were claiming association with a blood gang, so they were replacing the C in their gang acronym with the number 5. So that's where we get the RO5 and MD5.
Okay. And then is there a tweet beneath that?
There is.
And what is the date of that tweet?
January 2nd of 2012.
And what does that tweet say?
It says, we literally up, baby, RO5 and MD5, the richest young families out right now.
Okay. And is that RO5 and MD5 the same explanation that you just gave?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you see that C changed to a K in the word riches.
I do.
All right. And is that consistent with what you testified to, something that you note Bloods do? Is that?
I sustain questions.
Is that consistent with what we've already testified?
Yes, ma'am.
But you've already testified about it.
That's correct.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 27W. What's the date of this tweet?
This is April 24th of 2012.
And what is this? What is the tweet?
It has 2 gun emojis and then it says Pistol Pete.
And what, if any, significance is the 2 gun emojis and Pistol Pete?
So Pistol Pete is the nickname for Peter Rollick, the founder of Sex, Money, Murder, and the 2 guns are the hand sign or the symbol for Sex, Money, Murder.
All right. Looking at 28W. What's the date of the first tweet on 28W?
April 22nd of 2012.
And what does that tweet say?
This says SMM R05 MD5 30D Holmes hashtag Chico Talk.
And in your experience, what, if any, significance does this have?
He's strung together this alliance that we were observing at the time between Sex, Money, Murder, Raised on Cleveland, Most Dangerous Click, and 30D. And he's also, when he says Chico Talk, he's replaced both of the C's in Chico with K's.
And then looking at the tweet from August 27th, 2012.
And this one says R05 crew / SMM, they riding for thugga, hashtag Blatt.
All right. And R05, is that rock, and would that be crew?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now looking at 29W. What's 29W? What's the date of that tweet? I'm sorry.
June 21st, 2012.
And what does that tweet say?
It says, everybody go follow Bloody Bro at cartel_DK on Twitter and Instagram, Blatt RT.
All right. And do you know, are you familiar with the at cartel_DK?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that vanity name?
That account was used by Walter Murphy, and that's his nickname.
And was there any significance about cartel?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
So cartel refers to Red Cartel. They're a clique from the same sort of area as Raised on Cleveland. We talked about them back in November, but they were a separate gang with a very close relationship with Raised on Cleveland.
All right. And looking at State's Exhibit number 30W. All right, we're gonna move to State's Exhibit 33W. What is the date of that tweet?
This is September 15th of 2012.
Okay, and what does that tweet say?
It says at cartel_DK and I Rolakin, and then it has a link to an Instagram post.
And what is it? What, if any, significance is there of and I Rolakin?
So again, Rolakin is a reference to Sex, Money, Murder, and Peter Rollick, its founder.
All right. What's the next exhibit? Okay. And in 34W, we have the 2 tweets that we just saw from April 22nd and August 27th. I'm gonna look at the first tweet. What is the date of the first tweet?
It's January 31st of 2013.
And what does that tweet say?
It says, I'm in love with SMM, we having a baby.
Okay. And SMM, is that Sex, Money, Murder?
It is.
All right. Looking at 35W. What's the date of that tweet?
For 35?
Yes.
That is January 31st of 2013.
And what does that tweet say?
It says, salute to all my slimes, all my bloods, all the thugs.
All right. Now look at 36W. What's the date of 36W?
That is February 5th of 2013.
And what does the tweet say?
It says, don't worry if I'm shooting long as you get shot.
All right. Look at Exhibit 37W. What's the date of that tweet?
December 13th of 2013.
And what does the tweet say?
Hashtag YSL, Young Slime Life, hashtag SLAT.
And look at 38W. What's the date?
January 23rd of 2014.
And what does it say?
It says free my slimes, hashtag BK, and hashtag Mondo, all my slimes retweet.
Okay. Any significance with that particular tweet as a gang investigator?
Sure, so obviously referring to these two people hashtagged as his slimes, is including them within the gang membership. Hashtag BK stands for Dewey Cartel, which is Walter Murphy's nickname, and Mondo is the nickname for Fremondo Crenshaw.
All right. Then looking at 39W. Looking at 39W, what's the date of 39W?
March 24th of 2015.
And what is the post?
It mentions at Hades Slug and says he has slime with a snake emoji.
Okay, and do you know who was in that picture?
I do.
Who was that?
It's Travius Stevens.
All right. And looking at 42W, what's the date of 42W?
May 12th of 2018.
And what is the post?
It says YSL gang, Jonesboro South gang, Cleveland gang, Rock gang, Free Bang gang, 21 gang for life, hashtag no matter what.
And what, if any, significance does this particular tweet have with the enumeration of these 5 gangs?
What they're doing here is listing all these gangs together and showing that they have an association with each other.
Okay. Next, I want to go to 43W. And I want to particularly go to the last tweet, which is on May 20, 2012. The bottom. Okay, what does that tweet say?
It says every real white blood wear beads, so don't start no.
Okay. And the beads, do you know what beads they're referencing at all?
So oftentimes gang members at the time and sometimes even now will wear beads with certain color configurations on them as a way to represent their gang.
Okay. And do those beads consist of the beads that Travius Stevens had on in an earlier exhibit?
They do, yes.
All right. Now looking at 44W. Looking at both the first and the second tweet. We'll start with the second tweet first. What date is that second tweet?
It's July 11th of 2012.
And what's the post?
It says hashtag Blatt, hashtag Blatt.
And then looking at the third tweet, July 16, 2012. What is that post?
It says hashtag Blatt, hashtag Blatt, hashtag Blatt, hashtag Blatt, hashtag Blatt.
And then September 4th, 2012.
That says Blatt, Blatt.
Okay. And again, what is Blatt?
Blood love all the time.
All right. Now we'll look at 45W. Now looking at State's Exhibit 45W, want to focus specifically on the tweet that's December 29th, 2011. Do you see that tweet?
Yes, ma'am.
What's tweeted?
It says photo on the Ave with the rock crew. SO to at John Rowe Visions.
And what is underneath that?
It has a link.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you 45WA. Is that the link that it went to?
It is.
All right. And looking at State's Exhibit 45WA, one, is this, what if any significance is 45WA, the picture?
The picture is a group of people, some of whom are throwing gang hand signs and displaying other gang identifiers in the picture.
And do you recognize any individuals within 45WA?
I do.
And who do you recognize?
I see Mr. Williams. I see Walter Murphy. I see Jason Body, Jamonta Smith, Demontanez Stevens. That's all I can recognize from here.
Okay, and what I'm going to ask you to do, because I'm sure the jury didn't see who you saw, so if you can take your stick and point out the individual that you just said that you saw.
So this is Mr. Williams. That's Jason Body, Walter Murphy. On the top of the left is Demonta Stevens. This is Jamonta Smith. I believe that's all the ones I named.
Okay. And you said that you saw some gang identifiers. What, if any, gang identifiers do you see? And what do they represent?
In this picture, Mr. Williams is throwing the hand sign we saw associated with Rock Crew. And then Mr. Smith is throwing a 5-point star. It looks like Mr. Stevens is throwing that blood gang hand sign, as is this gentleman here. You can also see some use of red clothing and a red bandana across Mr. Smith's face.
And he has a bandana across his face. How do you know that that's Mr. Smith?
I can recognize him from what's visible in the photograph.
Okay. And have you had experience with him such that you can recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I want to look at 46W. I want to direct your attention to the tweet that's on April 14th, 2012. Do you see that tweet?
I do.
All right. And do you see a particular tweet that's in quotes?
I do.
And what's the tweet that's in quotes?
It says, it's that girl Aspen to Young Thug World, where you been, and then a B emoji.
And then is there a response to that tweet?
There is.
And what's the response?
It says, Believeland where the bees be.
And based on your experience, is there a significance between the two B's that are where the bees be?
Yes, often blood gang members will use the red B emoji as a way to represent their gang in their tweets and their posts, and making use of the letter B, referring to the bloods where the B's, shortening that to bloods and then saying where they be. That's obviously grammatically incorrect. Bloods will often do that again to elevate their gang, to have another way to insert that word or letter B into what they're saying.
Okay. And I'm going to look at 48W. And specifically looking at the post that's on August 10th, 2012 at the bottom of the page.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see a tweet?
I do.
In parentheses?
I do.
And what's the tweet that's in parentheses?
It says, Ricky Rose, and then a colon, and it says, follow the code.
And is there a response after the closed quotation mark?
There is.
And what is it?
It says SNM for life.
All right. Looking at 49W. I want to direct your attention to the post that's on July 1st, 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that post read?
It says, my blood brother at cartel_DK, hashtag I5FN3 on the way though.
And do you know anything about that hashtag I5FN3?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
So this refers to a mixtape that was being released called I Came From Nothing 3. They, at the time, were using this hashtag ICFN3 as an abbreviation for I Came From Nothing 3. But in this case, they changed the C to a 5 as a way to disrespect Crip gangs and elevate blood gangs.
Okay. And the individual in the picture, do you know who that is?
I do.
And who was that?
And that's Walter Murphy.
All right. And what is Walter Murphy doing in that picture?
He's holding up looks like a flyer for the mixtape.
Okay. Is he doing anything with his other hand?
He is.
What is he doing with his other hand?
He's making that B hand sign with his right hand.
And do you see any of those beads on his hand as well?
I do.
His wrist. And where are those beads at on his wrist?
They're on his right wrist.
All right. Now I want to look at Stacey's Exhibit 50W. And we're going to look at February 16th, 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that tweet say?
It says, happy B-Day at Birdman 5-star, love you blood.
Okay. And do you know who at Birdman 5-star, whose vanity name is that?
I do.
And who is that?
Brian Williams.
All right. And does Brian Williams have another name that he goes by?
He does.
And what is that?
That's Birdman.
All right. And is there any significance with that 5 within 5 stars specifically within his vanity name?
Often within blood gangs, a person of rank or stature may have the rank of 5-star or 5th floor, a high rank, and they may refer themselves as 5-star.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit, on that same State's Exhibit at 50W, I want to direct your attention to May 5th of 2012. Put that on here. Sorry, May 15th, 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that tweet say?
It says, "Where my blood bro at on Cleveland."
All right. And then also looking at January 11th, 2013, what does that tweet say?
It says, "On my bloods, hashtag twisted, we cross it in out, hashtag blat."
Okay. And then on this exhibit, January 31st, 2013.
Yes, ma'am.
What does that tweet say?
"Salute to all my slimes, all my bloods, all the thugs."
All right. Now I'm going to show you, hold on. What I've sent to the defense counsel as exhibit 52W Alpha and 52W Bravo. Do you recognize exhibit 52W Alpha and 52W Bravo?
I do.
And how do you recognize exhibit 52W Alpha and 52W Bravo? God bless you.
Thank you. These are screenshots from the 2 videos that we observed earlier.
And does those appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot of the 2 of the videos we saw earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the two videos with Travius Stevens?
They are.
All right, Your Honor, this time say that I turn exhibit 52W Alpha and 52W Bravo into evidence.
Cumulative, Your Honor.
Can I see him, please?
Sure.
I'm gonna overrule the objection and admit, or objection. States 52 Whiskey Alpha and States 52 Whiskey Bravo.
Okay, thank you. Permission to publish.
You may publish as you see fit.
Specifically looking at exhibit 52W. What does it say in 52W?
It says, "Me and homie Rolackin, hashtag blat," by Rock Slug, June 16th, 2012.
And was this caption in the early part of those videos where we saw 52W?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, gang identifiers are in that particular caption?
Gang members often refer to themselves as homie. That is a term that was commonly used and originally used within street gangs, but may be used outside of that as well. It says they're Rolackin, which again is a reference to Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods, and the hashtag blat for blood love all the time.
And in 2012, was Rock Crew associating themselves with Sex, Money, Murder back in 2012?
They were.
All right. Now looking at 53W Bravo. At the bottom, what is the titling of the video?
It's RO5, We Bullin' by Rock Slug.
Okay, and what, if any, significance again is the RO5 and We Bullin'?
RO5 is again raised on Cleveland. They've replaced the C with the number 5. We Bullin', Bloods use that term similar to Rolackin. Instead of cooling or hanging out, we're bullin'. And then Rock Slug, As we discussed with some of these social media posts, gang members will often use their gang's acronym and then their nickname or their street name in their social media profiles. So in this case, it's Rock Slug for Travius Stevens.
And was this video also pulled in 2012?
It was.
Right. And again, that when Rock Crew was associating themselves with SMM or sex, money, murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I wanted to show you what's been admitted as defense exhibit Williams 9 and Williams 26. Now, as we've just seen in his tweets and in Mr. Williams' tweets, as well as tattoos on his body, is your opinion that he identifies as being a blood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the fact that he is wearing blue in any of these defense exhibits and he's a blood, is that an issue?
It is not.
Why not?
So gangs represent their gang through the use of specific colors, but certainly in the current time and all over the country, even in California, OGs, members of these gangs will wear different colors, even rival gangs' colors, and they're just not representing the gang through the use of those colors. So it's not one of those things where it's unacceptable for a member of a gang to never wear a color used by another gang.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, have you seen Crips wear red?
I have.
Okay. And have you seen other Bloods wear blue?
I have.
All right. Do you know who Snoop Dogg is? Do you know who Snoop Dogg is?
I do.
And how are you familiar with him?
I was first familiar with him through his music back in the 90s.
Okay. And are you aware if he claims or self-identifies as a member of a gang?
I am.
And what gang does he self-identify with?
He claims association with the Crips and specifically the Rolling 20s Crips.
And what is their gang color identifier?
It's blue.
Right. And do the Crips have any specific gang hand signs that they use?
They do.
Okay, and what is that?
They throw the C hand sign similar to what we've seen previously today.
And are you familiar with any dance movements that the Crips did or do?
I am.
And what is that?
They do one called the Crip Walk.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the Crip Walk originate with the gang primarily for gang members?
It did.
Okay. And as a result of Snoop Dogg's fame and popularity, did that Crip Walk become popularized with him as he became a bigger artist?
It has.
Okay. And is the fact that it became popularized through Mr. Williams, through Snoop, did that take away anyway from
leading relevance? I also saying as to form, I'm going to overrule this to the relevance. Mr. Matthews.
Is there any takeaway of the fact that the Crip Walk started as a gang identifier to the fact that it's now popularized, if that question makes sense?
Objection ambiguous.
Well,
I'm going to overrule the objection. Can you answer that?
I think so. And to be clear, the Crip Walk is still a gang identifier, but what we've seen as gang culture has infiltrated more into popular culture, that sometimes these gang identifiers have actually become part of popular culture and may be used or seen outside of the use of the gang itself.
Are you familiar with Mechanicsville?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Mechanicsville?
Through my law enforcement career.
And have you ever worked or had any investigations in Zone 3, Mechanicsville?
Many.
And I'm sorry, is Mechanicsville in Zone 3?
It is.
Have you ever, in all of your years working within Zone 3 in Mechanicsville, ever heard that neighborhood called 30 Deep?
Not the neighborhood, no.
Okay. What is your understanding of 30 Deep?
30 Deep is a gang that is based in Mechanicsville.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little about gang warrants. In your experience as a gang investigator, is it the patrol officer's responsibility or responding officer's responsibilities to place any gang warrants on an individual when they effectuate an arrest?
It can be.
Basis, you have objection?
Yes.
Basis?
Beyond the scope of it's not report qualified. No. Never discussed.
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
It can be, although it is not typically or often,
It's not typically,
or often.
why is that?
Our gang statute has,
Basis goes into law. Sustaining objection.
With APD, although they can, why do they normally give certain cases over to the gang unit?
oftentimes, yes.
Why is that?
Investigating crimes that may be gang motivated require additional investigative workload that may be outside of the ability based on training and experience, and oftentimes just based on the time investment required to gather the necessary evidence, to conduct the necessary investigation, and put together those pieces to be able to reach the conclusion of the investigation.
And is the gang unit always made aware of, by patrol officers or responding officers, of crimes that may be gang associated? Are investigators in gang unit always made aware of crimes that might be committed by potential gang members?
We aren't.
Foundations to speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, he's an expert and he can.
You need a language from the predicate.
In your experience, is the gang unit always made aware of individuals who they arrest that might be gang members?
Yes, Your Honor, continues to call for speculation. Overrule, sir.
And same objection to the foundation.
Overrule, sir.
We are not always made aware.
And why is that?
For a variety of reasons, including that sometimes the officer who may be having this interaction or making this arrest may
be getting in mind someone else.
Would you stop, Mr. Steele? State the basis for your objection. I'll rule upon it. Do not speak your objection.
That was my objection.
I'll overrule your objection, sir. And that is not a proper objection.
And speculation.
That would be a proper objection.
Can he answer?
I'm going to overrule the objection. He can answer it.
oftentimes the officer may not be aware that the person that they're interacting with or arresting is associated with a criminal street gang. And if they are aware, there are certainly times where the evidence that may link this crime to participation in street gang activity may not be apparent.
The scope of this witness is knowledge, Your Honor. It's all speculation.
Mr. Steele, I'm not going to warn you again. That's not a proper objection. A proper objection would be speculation. I'll sustain it on that basis. You can rephrase.
Let me ask you this. Back in 2012 and 2017, what, if any, training did patrol officers and responding officers have in identifying gang evidence?
Objection on the foundation. Overrule, sir.
During our police academy, officers receive a 4-hour class on criminal street gang identification.
Okay. And how long is the police academy total?
It's approximately 6 months long.
And within that 6 months, they only get this 4-hour training?
That's correct.
And are you aware of the basic gang training that officers get in the academy?
I am.
What generally is the information they're learning in that 4-hour training?
This class is designed around gang awareness primarily. So it's providing a foundation and understanding of gangs that exist in the city and common gang identifiers, including signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, attire, and other distinguishing characteristics. And the goal of the class is to provide the students, in this case the police recruits, with a foundational understanding, ability to begin to recognize gang identifiers that they may see on the street.
Was there a time in which, in your experience, that responding officers were not informing the gang investigators about potential individuals or members of gangs as a part of their arrest?
Objection, Your Honor, that causes speculation.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yes, certainly.
Okay. And as a result of that, were patrol officers given more training outside of that 4-hour training course?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
We, several years ago, implemented a a gang refresher training during our in-service training that every sworn officer in the department attends in an effort to strengthen their understanding and recognition of gang identifiers, and also to help us begin to implement a workflow where they know who to notify and when, so that we can capture this information as early as possible and conduct necessary investigations.
Now, let me ask you this. As a gang investigator, do you always take out gang warrants when a known gang member is alleged to have committed a crime?
Your Honor, relevance and bolster.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
No, we do not.
And why is that?
The main reason is that there's two levels of
Overruled.
there are two levels that we will reach in a crime that may involve a gang member. And the first would be if a crime is gang related. That means that the suspect or the victim or a gang is some way involved in the crime at all. The second level that we're looking for is to show that or discover that a crime is gang motivated. That means that the crime is intended to further the interests of the gang itself, and the gang is the reason for the crime or the purpose of the crime, in some way benefiting or strengthening the gang.
And when you are determining to take out an additional warrant for gang activity, how do you determine if it's in furtherance of the gang? What factors are you going to be looking at to determine something?
You a minute. I want to just take up two things. One, I'll take up the basis for the objection, and then two, I'm going to call the day after this since it's 5:20, and I'll excuse our jurors when they come back in. I'll tell them what time we're going to come back in for tomorrow morning. So first thing is, Mr. Steele, what's the basis for your objection?
So, Your Honor, I'm not looking at this. The series of questions involved why does the detective do certain things, or why doesn't the detective do certain things? Why does he take out warrants, or why doesn't he take out warrants? Something to that effect. And that's when I asked if we could approach. And the conduct of the police officer in obtaining a warrant should not be before the jury.
But you opened the door as to it during your earlier examinations about several witnesses. In fact, you said, well, you didn't take out a gang warrant, you didn't take on any, you called a gang investigator, and you have otherwise put that in issue, along with several things about training of gangs. That's what the court heard. So that's why I allowed it in at this time.
I believe that that's a separate issue. That issue went to...
I'll let State go ahead and respond to that, but go ahead and finish your objection, sir.
That goes to a different issue, I believe. That issue goes to what you overruled about other people getting the mindset, which was my objection, of other people or other officers not doing something or not telling the police or not telling the gang unit something. This goes to different. This is this witness. Why does he or doesn't he take out warrants on gang-related cases? And it just doesn't matter.
Okay.
And the conduct of this officer doesn't matter. And it just should not play in the role of a jury. It bolsters his power as an officer to go to a judge and decide who I'm going to take out a warrant or not. The jurors will decide the indictment.
Okay, Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, the state's response is Investigator Belnap, as an investigator, can talk about what factors that he or other gang investigators look at when they're taking out warrants. And it's extremely relevant because not just Mr. Steele, but Mr. Matthews on cross-examining a number of different witnesses, a number of different officers, asked multiply, did you take out gang warrants? Did you take out gang warrants? Over and over and over again. I believe it's important, or it's relevant for the jury to hear what factors may go in as to why a gang warrant was not taken out. And so they can make a determination about why in particular instances a gang warrant was or was not taken out. And so it's the defense has opened the door to this line of questioning, given their cross-examination of a number of multiple witnesses prior to Investigator Belnap.
All right, I'll overrule Mr. Steele's objection on relevance and bolstering. Mr. Matthews, did you have an objection, sir?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask that the court, when the propounder is asking the witness, does the Atlanta Police Department always take out gang warrants of that nature? I would ask the court to look at that as calling for every officer that's on the street who makes an arrest to get for Detective Belknap to get into their mind and say to this jury, well, they didn't do it because they didn't have this training, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. And for that reason, Murr, that is why I'm asking the court to consider that is calling for speculation for Belknap to get into their minds.
Ms. Hilton, you care to respond?
Your Honor, Investigator Belknap, as an investigator, would be able to talk to, in his experience as a gang investigator, whether or not warrants are usually taken out, always taken out, for the reason I just stated, that he can talk about what factors may go into whether or not a warrant is taken out. Additionally, Your Honor, Investigator Belknap is at times a part of the continuing education that officers receive. So he has a basis in the knowledge to know why maybe responding officers don't do it, and when those responsibilities are transferred or transitioned to the gang unit. Additionally, within the gang unit, they usually work collaboratively. So he would have a basis or understanding of knowing when and if gang warrants are taken out and working in that collaborative environment.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Matthews, okay. All right, Mr. Harvey?
So, since we specified that the reason this is being allowed in is specifically the cross-examination under my motion for 105 instruction, I opened the door to nothing whatsoever. Whether it comes in, Your Honor, as a response to those who opened the door, whole purpose of a 105 instruction is to provide that it may be admissible against some defendants, but not all.
Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, again, this is a conspiracy case and evidence against one co-conspirator is evidence against all co-conspirators.
Mr. Harvey, I'm still going to overrule your objection. All right, I'll note your continuing objection for the purpose of the record. All right, I'm going to call our jurors back in and we'll pick up tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Sergeant Ingram, can we go ahead and call for our jurors, please? Could I ask Detective Bill to come back in, please? All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Detective, come on back up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since the hour is nearly 5:30, it would be a natural stopping point at this point in time. So we're going to go ahead and, unless you have some strong objection to the contrary, recess for the evening, and we'll pick up tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, if I could ask you to report for 9 o'clock, for an anticipated 9:30 start time, and we'll work and see where the day leads us tomorrow, okay? Any questions? First, Detective Belnap, we're going to go and excuse you as well. If you could be back tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock. Sir, please don't discuss your testimony and accept the attorneys in this case, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry of me? Anyone? Okay, let's go through a couple of our nightly admonitions. Remember, leave your notepads in the basket in the back. Go ahead and take a juror sticker so you can put that on first thing in tomorrow morning. Remember all the other admonitions I mentioned to you about acceptable things that you cannot do. Miss Simona tells me that she is contacting those of your employers that still believe that you're here. Okay? So we're taking care of that on an as-needed basis, so not to worry about that. But suffice to say, please don't have any conversations inconsistent with what we have told you that you cannot talk about, remember. So if anybody should want to talk with you or try to talk with you about this case, your first duty would be, of course, to contact our name or myself. But remember, don't go visiting scenes. Don't go and try and add to your understanding by looking up anything on the web. viewing any news accounts of anything or recaps of this particular day. Remember, you can only consider what's lawfully presented in the four walls of this courtroom. It would be a violation for you to consider anything else that's extra or outside this courtroom, okay? Can you talk about the cases you're coming in here in the morning or going away in the evening? No, you cannot. All right. And remember, I told you can't do it in onesies and twosies, and you can't certainly talk about it with your better halves or friends and neighbors or relatives over libations or soft drinks at any other occasions, okay? All right. Any other questions of me? Remember, we are not going to be in session on Friday to allow for a couple of you that have, as my wife says, procedures or other things that have going on that you need to go ahead and take care of. And that certainly, as I tell people all the time, life happens and you practice your vocation. So things happen and we'll certainly build in time for that. So not to worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience, your continued patience that you've given us thus far, and will continue to give us throughout the resolution of this matter. And ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else for me, we'll go ahead and release you for the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, okay? All right? All rise for adjournment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Please be seated. Okay, anything I need to be made aware of before we recess for the evening?
Your Honor, as to Mr. Steele's request to speak with Officer Andre Bent, I have called him here. He is in his vehicle, and he will come and be available for anyone who wants to speak with him. Yes.
Okay, is that your desire, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's that issue. Anything else, madam?
Not as it relates to Officer Bent. I will let co-counsel decide if there are other matters.
Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, Mr. Steele has provided some of the tweets that he intends to get into with, I assume, Investigative Belnap on cross. I will have the opportunity to look at those tweets this evening, but from my brief overview, I believe there will be some objections to that. The state will be concluding the direct examination, we believe, in the morning. And so we would need an opportunity to hear argument on those tweets at some point in time after the conclusion of the state's initial direct of Investigative Belnap.
Okay, do you have those tweets and then the proposed response to those particular tweets that I can look at?
Mr. Steele has the tweets. Nope, you got them. Oh, we have.
You said you have about 80 tweets that you were going to get into.
Yeah, so we are completed our portion of the tweet. This is what.
So you completed through Officer Belnap, Investigator Belnap. Now you've already completed those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so on cross, it is conceivable that Mr. Steele is going to complete the conversation as to those tweets.
We believe that that's a purported portion, but there's going to be objections, and we don't believe that.
Has he shown you these tweets?
He had. That's why I'm going to finish going through, but in my brief overview, I don't believe these are direct responses to the tweets that we introduced. They might have been on the same day, but not a direct response to the particular tweets we introduced.
But did they complete the thought?
No.
Mr. Steele?
That's the state's position, it does not.
Mr. Steele?
I stand by my representation. They do, the rule of completeness, they put everything in context. So yes, they apply.
If the tweets apply to or complete a conversation, I would be more inclined to admit them. It doesn't make a difference if they're done that day or whatever. If they complete that particular thought, then I'll take a look at it. But if they don't, then I won't admit them. Because it's consistent with the case law that you've demonstrated to me.
Yes, Your Honor, so I believe we would need to look at them on a case-by-case basis because some of it will be not a direct response or completing that conversation. So again, there's about, and I haven't gone through, maybe about 80-something tweets that we do not believe responses to any of the tweets that we placed in. So I don't know if we want to handle it case-by-case and they can object on a case-by-case basis, but this entire booklet is not responsive to the tweets that we issued.
Okay, well, I'll start out by taking it case by case and we'll see what happens, and if I need to recess and allow me to do that, then I'll do that accordingly, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else? Anybody else? No, I didn't ask you, Ham, so. Say again? Yes.
Judge.
Are any of you getting a little prohibited sign on your wireless? Anyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you, today's one, we got a couple. Can you raise your hands if you're getting a
Prohibited sign on the wireless. We got about 3 or 4.
Can we try to press this button?
The center button.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, probably need to check all of them, because there's only one that wasn't. This one's okay, that one's fine. Okay, folks, unless you have anything else, I'll release you until tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we'll get started as soon thereafter as everybody gets here for between 9 and 9:30, okay? All right, we're in recess. If you could bring up your listening devices, please.
That's all we'll do.